This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Cheyenne junior high school teacher seen on a video on his knees in front of a female student telling her that, quote, "I did something very wrong," unquote, has been removed from the classroom. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the district attorney's office is reviewing the case.
The district attorney has said that, yes, we do have that. We haven't made a decision yet. They're reviewing it. However, in following up with some parents with students at the school, especially one who has a student in that person's class, the parent told me that this teacher is no longer teaching at the school.
The video of the incident was posted to multiple social media pages and elicited strong responses from parents that ranged from anger with the teacher for allegedly putting his hands on a student to speculation about what the girl might have done to provoke the situation. The Platte County Attorney's Office has nearly doubled the possible penalties for a Wyoming reporter accused of forging exhibits in an environmental case tied to her staunch opposition to a wind farm. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the 10 new counts against April Marie Morganroth allege that she convinced her landlords that she'd been approved for a home loan to buy their property.
We are now up to 20 felony charges. And this case affidavit is different. It focuses on her allegedly offering proof that she had loans and grants secured to improve and strike a deal with this home that she was looking at. On the one hand, she's accused of running this deception campaign with the Industrial Siting Council while opposing a wind project. On the other hand, she's accused of tricking these homeowners into believing that she had secured a loan toward the home and grants to improve it. So different matters.
Hamilton was already facing 10 felony charges in a March 9th Wheatland Circuit Court case as she's accused of submitting forged documents and lying under oath before the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. Focus on the road, not your cell phone or your car's radio. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 15-year-old Texas boy sold his champion pig for a record $505,000 at the Houston Livestock Show. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that Wyoming FFA's Stacy Broda says, although the money's always fun, raising livestock is more about teaching responsibility.
Mabry himself will take home less than 10% of those earnings, which still isn't a bad thing. It's such a public show and just a positive experience for these kids who participate in these agricultural programs.
The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is the largest livestock show in the world. This year's junior auction sales brought in a staggering $35 million, money that largely goes toward agricultural education and scholarships. The Conservative Political Action Conference has confused which Frank Chapman of Wyoming is speaking at its Texas event this week. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they're promoting the Frank who's running for U.S. House, but credit him wrongly with being Wyoming's first public defender in 1978, when he was 10 years old.
CPAC is a massive conservative group that was touting Frank Chapman, a Teton County rancher, as one of its speakers at a conservative event throughout this week. And they talk about him being a rancher and having a ranch in Moran. And those things are correct. But then they call him the first public defender of Wyoming. Had he been appointed public defender in 1978, he would have been about 10 at that time. And, they talk about him having a personal injury defense practice. Those sound more like the older Frank Chapman of Kelly, Wyoming, who's still in private practice, who's 75 years old.
CPAC's Wednesday Post advertised the congressional candidate as a, quote, confirmed speaker, unquote, for the CPAC USA 2026 event in Grapevine, Texas. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Yeah, good morning and good Friday to you. Finally Friday, March 27 on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. Great show lined up for you today. Representative Daniel Singh will kick it off this hour. As he pops in, we'll talk about all things the latest budget session, maybe a little blockchain. He's on the few committees. We'll chat politics. Brian DeBolt, so you know that means large carnivores. We'll talk mostly grizzly bear. Maybe we'll throw a little wolf in there. Brian DeBolt is large carnivore guy for Wyoming Game and Fish. We'll talk about conflicts with the Grizz. Bill sniffing on a Friday. Andrew Rossy will pop in. Tom Herszig will tell us the latest on the Cowboy front as far as rodeo. Cheyenne Frontier Day is going to be here sooner than you think. CFD, we'll talk about the nightly lineup, the rodeo, the Morning Star, everything. Aaron Brown will stop in. Wyoming Highway Patrol, let us know what the latest is. And Nathan Doerr, he's the Capitol Curator. All the art in the state capitol. That's Nathan Doerr's job. And Senator Bob Ide will pop in. And again, that's a recap of the session. Also, Senator Ide can talk a little bit about Big Four Bank Wells Fargo, that whole idea that Wyoming was chosen, Fargo was chosen, a little depository to store gold in outside of Casper, right? I think. It's a Renee Jean Friday. So a lot going on this Friday. Let's get a weather forecast to you. Little coolish yesterday. Had to put the hoodie on. Much cooler yesterday than it was the prior day. It'll still be cool today for the most part, but it's starting a warming trend for the weekend. Casper, mostly sunny, highs 58, partly sunny 59 in Lander. Evanston, about 60 with partial sunshine. Rock Springs, 63. Clouds on the increase in Pinedale with highs 54 today. Afton, you should top out in the upper 50s, partly sunny. DuBois, mostly sunny and 52 today. Jackson, clouds increasing with highs 59. Mostly sunny in Thermopolis, 60 the high. Sunny and breezy in Cody, 58. Buffalo, mostly sunshine and a little breezy, 53 the high. Sheridan, mid-50s under plenty of sun. Sunshine in Gillette, highs 53. Newcastle, 50 and sunny. Torrington, partly sunny with highs 55. Wheatland, partly sunny, breezy 54. Cheyenne, slight chance of snow before noon. That's how cool they are in Cheyenne. Highs just 48 today in Cheyenne. Mid-upper 40s in Laramie with a slight chance of snow in the morning. Mostly sunny in Rawlins, highs 58. So that Laramie, Cheyenne, southeast corner of the state, definitely still feeling the effects of that, what we'll call a 2-day cool down. Yesterday and today. Otherwise, across the state, very, very similar. Everybody tracks today in Wyoming as far as weather. Just about every community is going to have very similar weather today. I'm looking at bracket update. I think we should go there first for those of you who's filled your brackets, bracketology. I don't know if there was a bracket buster last night, but there was an exciting game. Purdue, it took them every second of the game to get past Texas. I thought Texas might pull off a little bit of upset and get past Purdue, and they almost did. Buzzer beater for Purdue gives them a 79-77 win. I thought I had maybe the video from that, with all respect to probably ESPN. Where did I steal that video? Pretty exciting finish. Anytime you get a buzzer beater, it's pretty exciting. What did I do with that? All right, here, maybe if I can figure out the tech of it. Trey Kaufman-Wren, last second shot, lifts number 2 Purdue over number 11 Texas in a Sweet 16 thriller. And a thriller it was. Kind of looked like this.
Braden Smith with the ball. Clock ticks. Down to 6. Down to 5. Smith shaking. Bacon. Smith puts it up. No! The foul!
Oh, it's the tip back from Trey Kaufman-Wren, and that was the game winner, and that was courtesy of our friends over at CBS Sports. Exciting finish there in the Sweet 16 last night. That's in the West region. Going to the South, Iowa, Nebraska, to our two neighbors. Two state neighbors playing basketball. It was Iowa with a slight upset. They come in as a 9th seed, so to beat the 4-seeded Nebraska, probably a little bit of an upset. 77-71, the final there in the South region. Also in the South, Illinois, Houston. Houston, that's a bit of an upset. That might be the bracket buster of last night. A lot of folks had Houston making a strong run, 2-seeded Houston, but Illinois pulls off a slight upset, 10-point win, 65-55, the final there. And going back to the West, Arizona, boy, they look dominant. They don't play much defense, but they don't need to. Arizona scores a ton. And they get the 109-88 win. Who can stop Arizona from scoring? I don't know. Arizona, yeah, Arkansas kind of had an easy run of it. They beat Hawaii in the first round. That's pretty predictable. And then they're the team that got to play High Point, those upstarts who beat Wisconsin, and everybody was talking about High Point. Who is High Point? What is High Point? I think that was their first appearance in March Madness. So Arkansas got 2 cream puffs, Hawaii and High Point, to get to Arizona, and then they got blasted. And Arizona, meanwhile, 109 they scored, 78 they scored against Utah State, 92 points against Long Island. Arizona can put up some points. Can they play defense enough? Maybe. I mean, who needs defense in basketball when you score in triple digits? Those were the games from last night. Stories we're looking at in the Cowboy State Daily. The Cheyenne teacher who got down on his knees, begged the student to please give me your name so I can report myself. Oddness, definitely oddness. What he did was, appeared to be off camera in the one video that Cowboy State Daily had. You saw some kind of altercation. You saw a lot of students at the junior high school in Cheyenne with their phones. Somebody might have got a video of the actual confrontation, which we don't know. I'm speculating it got to a physical degree only because you can hear the victim saying, you grabbed my shoulder. So there must have been some kind of physical, some kind of touch. Was it beyond the pale? Was it roughness? I mean, there are some that say you just don't put hands on a student ever. That's wide-eyed thinking. I mean, there are teachers, there are coaches who put hands on students in a friendly manner. Now, it's tricky because, uninvited physical contact between an adult and a, 16-year-old, 15, 14-year-old, dicey at best. But I think if it passes the sniff test, and most of us have a radar for that, we could say, that's all right. The kid makes a game-winning shot in basketball and comes over to the sideline and in girls basketball, and the male coach gives her a hug. Nice job. You won the game for us. Yeah, that's innocent enough. So to say just there can never be touching is, little pie in the sky thinking. But certainly anger, touching in anger, and that appeared to be what happened here, allegedly. The district attorney's office is reviewing the case. Presumably they have obtained everybody's video that was on scene. And again, the video that Cowboy State Daily has on the story is off camera. You get a feeling something happened. And you can hear the students. And then you see in the aftermath the teacher who has since been identified. This happened at McCormick Junior High. And the teacher is down on his knees saying, I did something very wrong. So there's, self-admission. The school, meanwhile, has not been terribly forthcoming in info. And I'm not surprised. To what degree does the school district need to share information? This is a potential criminal charge case. Obviously you got the Cheyenne Police Department looking into the altercation. You got the district attorney's office reviewing the case. Is there enough there for any kind of civil or law enforcement interaction? There's enough there for the school to take the teacher out of the classroom, and that's the latest. In the story, Greg Johnson has it, the latest update. Cheyenne junior high teacher seen on video on his knees in front of a female student has been removed from the classroom. So that's what we know as info trickles in ever so slowly, drip, drip. And the teacher who I think eventually was identified, I can't find the name, and there's no reason to drag the teacher through the mud at this point because we just know so little. Obviously, something happened. We need to protect our students from stuff happening, and this teacher's now out of the classroom. That's a story from Greg Johnson. Others, Claire McFarland had a confusion over Frank Chapman's. Okay. This Wheatland woman must not have been given the maternal instinct genes that most moms seem to have inherently. You know, throughout the animal kingdom, mothers have a maternal instinct to protect their own. In this case, the genes may have gotten a little haywired, maybe, in a 28-year-old Wheatland woman accused of soliciting a friend to kill her husband and was willing to pay an upcharge to have it done quickly because she was afraid the husband would take their 3 children from her. So she does have a little bit of a maternal instinct, like she loves her kids so much that she couldn't stand to see him with the husband. And we've seen that twice now in the last couple of months, right? You had the other one who loved her kid so much, she killed him. And after taking off with him, these are, I don't want to be judgmental, critical, but these are damaged people. This is damaged, faulty reasoning. And I know emotions are involved, and when there's emotions, some people can't reason too good. But what kind of maternal instinct gone wrong says, I love my kids so much, I don't want the husband to have them or be near them, and I'm willing to have the husband killed or kill the kid myself. That's such wrong thinking. This is all alleged. The 28-year-old Wheatland woman is Molly Hamby, who is accused of soliciting a friend. With friends like these, who needs a hitman? What kind of friend? I'm assuming the friend is the one maybe who turned her in. Oh, no, actually. Maybe the friend was willing to go through with it. The husband discovered the conversation on the phone. It must be texting. Oh, you can't leave a paper trail, so to speak. That's her first mistake. The alleged plan was to have a friend make her husband, quote, disappear. Oh, now there's a little gray area for a lawyer to work in, right? Any lawyer worth his or her salt would say, disappear? Oh, my client was simply talking about a magic act. A magic bullet, more like it. Her alleged plan was to have her husband disappear and willing to do it quickly. Said hitman allegedly said, well, what are you willing to pay? And if you want it done that fast, I have a surcharge for 48-hour turnaround. I mean, after all, I have to plan the hit and everything. That's going to cost you more. The friend is not named in the affidavit and has not been charged in the case, so perhaps the friend was just kind of going along with it just because she was a little cray-cray. Molly Hamby made her first appearance accused of trying to have her husband killed. Here's how it went down. Text thread. If you got to do the Snapchat, you got to do the texts that disappear, or do it phone or in person. Everybody knows that. You don't solicit a hit job over text. Hanby, 8:53 on Friday, wrote, also, I have a job for you. Presumably, the also would indicate they were talking about something else. Did you see Survivor last night? Can you believe they voted off so-and-so? Also, I have a job for you. Friend responds, what is the job? Don't want to text it. All right, some smart Hamby. Friend, can you meet me at my house? And then provides an address. Hamby says, no. Can you make somebody disappear? And so she goes right ahead and texts after saying it's probably not a good idea. The friend responds, I can, yes. Maybe the friend's still thinking this is some kind of magic act, right? Put them in a box, open the box, they're gone. The friend says, where can I meet you so I know what is going on? Hamby replies, it's so-and-so, and then names the husband. The friend responds, "What the F? Meet me at the address. You have to tell me what the F is going on." Hamby responds, "Kids." And that's it. And then they conspire to meet somewhere, and somehow the husband gets a hold of this text thread and turn the phone over to authorities, and that's where we are now. The story from Claire McFarland. Greg Johnson. And the second time in recent, and then, don't want to make fun or light of this, but the second time that we've seen a mother with maternal instincts gone crooked is the best way I can think to describe it. Like, they do, I guess, in their way, love on their kids, but in a wrong way. This is male, not like M-A-L-E. This is male, M-A-L, maternal instinct. The one woman who took off with a kid was found at the trailer park, shot him, was going to shoot herself, but didn't have time. That certainly, Then this one. And then, of course, the Byron woman who killed all her kids and herself. And don't know, there may have been some kind of depression drugs involved, but don't know what's going on there. But yeah, mom's gone wrong. What happens? What's going on there? There's another story Renee has about the Oscar-winning movie The Revenant, which I loved. I think it's such a great movie. I haven't read the story. I'll read it now while we take a break because I'm interested in seeing what it is. We'll be right back.
Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have.
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Friday, back in studio. I'm going to pull up our Facebook page just so I'm aware of any kind of feedback, which is almost always good. Let's see. Yeah, I'm operating kind of slow today on a Friday, which is probably pretty typical. Has anybody seen the movie The Revenant? Because it reminds me of a little bit The Revenant, The Martian, and now this movie Project Hail Mary, which I saw on opening day, and I think it's fantastic. And all three have a similar thing, along with the Tom Hanks movie when he's on the island with the volleyball. They're all driven by, single actor. What one do for the most part. There's the flashbacks and occasionally another character, but all these movies, The Martian, The Revenant, Project Hail Mary with Ryan Gosling, and Tom Hanks movie where he's on the island. I watched some of that. I'm not a big Tom Hanks fan. If I watch Tom Hanks, he needs to be in like a silly comedy. To watch him do something serious, the Forrest Gump, not a big fan. Don't like it. I'd rather see him in Big. A Man Called Otto was okay, but only because I read the book, which is much better. Castaway in 2000. Yeah. That was all right. Tom Hanks is Toy Story. All right. Don't try to act in Castaway, but I recognize that I'm in the minority there. Most people love Tom Hanks. But Castaway, The Revenant, The Martian, and Project Hail Mary, all similar in that they're character driven by one character. It's a monologue. It's a 2-hour, in the case of Project Hail Mary, 2.5-hour monologue with flashbacks to allow for other characters. But the casting of these movies is short and sweet. When Hollywood says, cast me a movie for The Martian. Okay, we got Matt Damon. Done. Cast me a movie for The Revenant. Okay, playing Hugh Glass will be DiCaprio. Done. And you really see acting, I think, come to the forefront, come to the surface. If there's not good acting, you can't do movies like this. Anyway, I was thinking of The Revenant because it's a great movie. I haven't seen it in a while, and I do own it. I did one of those deals where I purchased it on, Apple TV or something. So I'm thinking about watching that on the long layover on my way to Mexico, and maybe I will connect again with The Revenant. Renee Jean's story on the untold Wyoming story behind the Oscar-winning movie The Revenant is the book that inspired the movie. Was written by, spoiler alert, drum roll, Lovell-born, Torrington-raised author Michael Punke. I'm assuming it's Punke with an E on the end. It's Punk, Punke, Punke. And Michael says, I'm very much a product of Wyoming public schools. All right. Well, there's a shout out to a Wyoming education. Made this guy a writer. And the book translated into the movie that becomes the Oscar-winning movie. It's about the true story of mountain man Hugh Glass, one of the lesser-known mountain mans of the era. We all know Jim Bridger. Many of us know John Fitzgerald, some, famous dudes. How many people know Hugh Glass? He has a super interesting story, even without the grizzly bear attack that maimed him, injured him to such a degree, his friends abandoned him because they were certain he was going to die. Jim Bridger, John Fitzgerald, they were on the, some kind of expedition, some kind of fur trading. I think they're on their way to a fort to go trade their furs, all the beaver fur they had trapped that year. And there was a grizzly bear attack. Hugh Glass is like ripped to shreds in real life and in the movie. Great reenactment of a grizzly bear attack. Felt super realistic. The attack happened technically in South Dakota. And the party moved on and they left a very young Jim Bridger. Bridger, I think, was still a teenager at this point. He was super young. And John Fitzgerald. And they said, you two stay with him until he dies. And, somebody should be there to hold his hand. And Bridger and Fitzgerald did. And they were, they try as they might to maybe patch him up, fix him up. They're like, yeah, he's not long for this world. And then, but then they, in real life, in the book and in the movie, they finally just leave him. They take his stuff, they leave him. They're like, he's not going to make it. And we got to catch up with everybody else. And they leave him to die. Hugh Glass does not die. Hugh Glass survives. And then slowly crawls his way to the fort where everybody was meeting to seek his revenge. And it's all in the story of The Revenant. It's fantastic. The story of Hugh Glass was, kept alive in diaries of mountain men. It was mostly known, but not in general, not to the general public. Most people would not have known of Hugh Glass, wouldn't have known of this incredible story until Michael Punke writes the book highlighting the legendary mountain man Hugh Glass, introducing the man to all of us. And there's the Wyoming ties. Michael, born in Lovell, grew up in Torrington, and the book becomes a movie. The movie wins an Oscar, and there you go. That's a pretty cool connection. In the back of my mind, I sort of knew that. I sort of remembered that, but I'm glad Renee wrote the story so everybody knows. Now, everybody knows Hugh Glass now, and everybody should know the author behind the book that became The Revenant. Same as you should know the author behind the book that became the movie Project Hail Mary, book of the same name, and the author is Weir is his last name. Andy Weir, I think it's Andy Weir. Great book, great movie. The movie very much tracks with the book. The book has an ending that maybe Hollywood didn't have an appetite for. I won't give away the ending, but if you have not seen Project Hail Mary, if you haven't read the book or seen the movie, the book ends in a way that Hollywood might have been inclined to change the ending. In fact, they thought about it and they test screened it. The screen test, they tried the two different endings, the Hollywood version and the original book version. And to their surprise, the book version won out. Hollywood had to learn a thing or two. Like, people did like the way the book ended, and that's the way it ends in the movie. So you should go out. It's a super good movie. Ryan Gosling does a great job with it, and it does stay very, very true to the book with some minor diversions. We're going to divert right now. Check out for a moment because we have our first special guest on, Representative Daniel Singh. Will pop in just a moment. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. Back in 3.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Well, how about this kid that is banking $500,000 for a pig? Unbelievable. Impressive. This happened at the, it's a world record, by the way. 15-year-old Texas boy sold his champion pig at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, that's one of the bigger rodeos and certainly probably the biggest livestock show. He gets to keep about 10% of the deal, but that's pretty nice payday. A record $505,000, over $500,000 for a pig. It was a junior market show breed champion. He got the blue ribbon for this pig. This 15-year-old. The pig, 8-month-old Eddie. Probably it's a bad idea to name pigs name stock going to slaughter. But the kid's name is Landry Mabry. His mom, Chyla, said she probably flabbergasted. Last year's record, by the way, not far off the pace. They sold a pig last year for $501,000. So I don't know what they're doing down there in Texas at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. It is the largest livestock show in the world. Okay, verified. Yeah. I mean, when you're popping out $500,000 pigs with regularity, let me share a photo of this thing. I mean, he's, I'm not a livestock judge. I don't know what you see in this pig that makes him worth more than bacon. My goodness, $500,000 pig. That's impressive. Let's get to the Zoom room. On that note, and check in with Representative Daniel Singh, and we'll recap the budget session a little bit, talk about the plans for the future, maybe a little blockchain as well. Representative Singh, great to have you on.
Good morning. Thank you, Jake.
Let's see. House District 61, Torrington-ish, right? Is that the area?
No, sir. We're in Eastern Cheyenne. I was born in Torrington.
Okay. Eastern Cheyenne. Representative Singh's been on the job since 2023. Got mom and dad that relocated from Trinidad, Tobago, one of my favorite places, everybody's favorite place, right? The Trinidad background. I love Afro beats as a DJ. That kind of music. I love that kind of island music. Love it.
Yeah.
Ministry brought you here, born in Torrington. Let's, what do you want to chat about? Let's see. First, the session in general, and then I want to dig into some of the bills that you brought us, and I want to also hit blockchain because I'm just so fascinated about it, and every time it comes up. Session in general, we've talked to just about everybody at this point, senators, House reps. We got there in the House chamber. The route was arduous and long. You spend enough hours on the House floor making that budget, but we got there just under $10 billion. Are you primarily satisfied with where we ended up with the budget? Is it lean enough for you, or are there things you'd love to have a redo on?
I think, well, first and foremost, I think that we walked out of here with our responsibilities done. So during the budget session, our responsibility is first and foremost to pass a budget.
Yeah.
And you may notice if you're looking on the schedule, the legislative schedule, that there is not a special session coming down the pike. And so I'm glad that we were able to work together and come out with a product that I'm proud of personally. I voted for this budget. I think, of course, there were definitely more opportunities to perhaps cut some more. But the fact of the matter is that we're negotiating. We're all negotiating here. And I think that the House position was different enough from the Senate position. And our Appropriations Committee really went the distance in trying to bridge that gap. And so when it comes to the budget, we did our responsibilities. There are certainly more opportunities. I think the University of Wyoming needs a little bit more accountability. When we talk about entities like the Wyoming Business Council, they need to have more oversight and be answerable to the public. But at the end of the day, we got everything done. And yeah, I'm proud of our work. As for my bills, were there any bills that you wanted to talk about specifically?
Yeah, let's talk about HB 179, Hospital Transparency Act. I just barely read the digest of the bill. I'm assuming it's, a bill that would help some folks that get sticker shock when they find out how much an IV bag costs. I don't know. What was this bill about? I don't think we got there, though, but it was close.
Yeah, so this was based upon hospital pricing transparency from the previous session in 2025, which it barely didn't make the cut in the Senate. It was off by 2 votes.
Yeah.
But really what this bill did was it creates a list of shoppable services for any sort of hospital that the prices are available easily to the consumer without having to make a special profile in dollars and cents. And it authorized the Department of Health to issue penalties and to ensure that there was oversight in making sure that those menus were available. It also prohibited debt collection on medical related issues, and it required disclosure of 340B participation for a small scale hospital. And all that is the 340B program is a mandate from the federal government to ensure that prices for the pharmaceuticals are artificially lowered by the government. And those savings are supposed to be passed along to the consumers. But what we found is that the smaller hospitals in rural areas, they're not passing those savings along to the actual customers. They're pocketing that saving, and they're maintaining the prices. And so that was what was different. That specific aspect was what was different as part of my bill this year. And it did not make the 2/3 threshold. But we did have a similar bill, in my opinion, a more watered down bill that made it with hospital pricing accountability. But all that accountability is a may. And so that left me a little bit unsatisfied. But I think there's more to work on in that regard.
Yeah, what do you mean the accountability is a may? Like they may disclose it, or they're not definitely required?
The may is that, and we changed, I had this debate on the floor. The may is that they may face penalties for breaking the law.
Okay.
It's not a shall. They may.
I see. Perhaps the resistance against hospital billing transparency was the fact that maybe folks, it may prohibit people from getting well if they know the price of what it's going to cost going in. I kind of don't want to know, like, bill me later once I'm fixed. But going in, if I saw some of the prices, I'd be like, I can't afford to get well. Maybe.
Yeah. The way I see it, if those prices are available first or just upfront for everyone, including your insurance providers, regular consumers, cash, people that want to pay in cash.
Yeah.
If those prices are available firsthand, that allows for capitalism to do its work, and you have the competition of prices between different entities. You don't have to choose between one hospital, which may charge $250 for an MRI, another $300, and another $3,000. That's just ridiculous.
Another piece of legislation I want to talk about that had your name on it, and it reminds me a little bit of the SAPA, the Second Amendment Protection Act. It's some of these bills that come up in a budget session that are non-budget, that are also thinking bigger than Wyoming, and in fact sometimes pitting Wyoming against the feds or protecting Wyoming from outside, even global influences. So House Bill 70, the Granite Act, what was that about? Digest this for us.
Sure. So House Bill 70, the Wyoming Granite Act, that was probably my biggest goal trying to come out of this session. What it does is it would have created a censorship shield. So the situation happening right now with actual corporations and people in Wyoming being affected is that foreign governments are enabling themselves with the authority to be able to make judgments and different sorts of calls as to what is and is not appropriate on the internet. And then they're handing out fines and citations arbitrarily to anyone that inhabits the internet and interacts with somebody in their country. So the biggest perpetrator of this is the United Kingdom right now. They're trying to censor and intimidate American corporations who are offering a service to their citizens on the neutral plane of the internet. The internet is American, right? The Americans invented the internet. It's kind of like the Wild West out there when it comes to the enforcement of laws on the internet. But really, we need to take a stand as to what free speech means. And so having a government that intercedes on any sort of digital platform that says that you can or cannot say this thing about our government or our way of life, that is totally contrary to our concept of free speech. And so I was able to work on this bill, the Granite Act, which would have, first and foremost, it acts as a sword and a shield. So the sword would have been able to sue a foreign entity for violating your rights in the state of Wyoming if you were an individual, a corporation, or a server in Wyoming. And the shield would be a non-recognition clause that we wouldn't recognize foreign judgments.
Representative Daniel Singh is with us. You know, I didn't think about it that way. Being an American invention, it is up to the U.S. to police, govern, look after the internet. That's a challenge because it is still in many ways the Wild West, what we see happen over the internet. Give me an example of what Granite Act would have prevented or would have been like? Give me an example of foreign influence on the internet.
Sure. So one of the big cases that's come up right now is that Elon Musk was fined over $100 million for not complying with information requests from the French government. And so they went and raided his office in France to force his compliance. They wanted to get background information about X users in order to comply with their digital laws that they're enforcing in the European Union. And so what my bill would have done if we had passed it would have been created a shield where we don't recognize those foreign judgments, and an entity that hosts data such as X would have been protected and had a legal case to fight back against what is those folks, those governments reaching across our borders and telling our citizens what to do.
Representative Singh, I mean, just from your age alone and blockchain and this internet, I mean, you represent, I think, fresh blood, new blood, those aging out in the legislature. And I'm glad that you're up to speed on things like blockchain and internet, and you're on committees, blockchain committee, judiciary, education. You're the future, and we're looking to you to somehow understand emerging tech, which Wyoming wants to be first and foremost on. Let's talk a little about blockchain. We've had David Pope on. Is that right? Yeah. So I'm still learning slowly, along with Senator Cynthia Lummis. She got up to speed. I figure I can do it. I mean, so yeah, the blockchain. Are you satisfied with the progress Wyoming has made on the Frontier stablecoin and whole blockchain technology, which, I mean, it certainly looks like the future, that decentralization of information and building a database, the way blockchain does it, the design is just so much pure and inherently resistant to hacking and messing around. Is Wyoming getting there? Do you want to see more done?
Sure. So first, two things. Okay, David Pope. And David Pope is a rock star. He's on the committee as well as an executive appointee. And Cynthia Lummis, as she's completing her term, I just have to highlight that she has done so much for the state of Wyoming and in this industry. She has really led the way from the federal point of view to make sure that the way that we deal with digital assets and really all of these sorts of things, that there's a clear framework and that we're able to actually have laws and enforce justice when it comes to those issues. So as chairman of the blockchain committee in the House, we have a couple of different agenda items. We have, of course, reforms to our Speedy bank system. And so that is a special Wyoming entity that's able to essentially be a bank for digital assets. We also have amendments to the stable token, which for the first time on January 7th, which is my birthday, January 7th, the Wyoming stable token launched for real, and is actually an item that you can purchase on various platforms, including Kraken, who they pledged to give Wyoming citizens, Wyoming children, $1,000 for their Trump account, which is a huge thank you to them. That's an absolutely massive win for the people of Wyoming. And that entity specifically is the largest. It's not oil, it's not tourism, it's digital assets that are ultimately the largest entities that are in the state of Wyoming. And it's a huge opportunity to empower our state. We're looking at how can we reform and make similar products to the stable token, such as tying it to some sort of asset. So it could be gold, it could be oil. We're going to be having that conversation during the interim. Another project, so we're going to take on those issues. We're going to take on Granite during the interim. So it's not a total loss. So Granite died in the Senate. I was bummed out about that, but I understand, that's just how it goes sometimes. And so we're going to work on that during the interim. Another issue that I'm very excited to be working on, and we're going to be presenting these on to Management Council on the 1st, if your viewers would like to see what we're going to be talking about during the interim, but VPN freedom. Other states in the country are trying to ban VPNs, make it so you're not allowed to use a VPN.
Yeah.
And I would like for Wyoming to go in the opposite direction, where you have the legal clarity that you're able to host a virtual private network on your property and not have to worry about the authorities coming after you as if you committed a crime. I think that's very clearly freedom of expression as described in the First Amendment.
VPNs, meaning like the ping back so we know where you're accessing the internet from. I like to change mine just so I can see a Buffalo Bills football game that's been blacked out, but however you want to use it. Representative Daniel Singh pops in. Rotted time, Representative Singh. Let me just ask you one last thing. You have enough voice in the House? Is there any idea maybe the Senate's in your future? I just think, it's political season right now.
We'll wait and see. There may be an announcement heading up. So, but I love the work that I do and the opportunity to serve the people of Wyoming.
I love the work you do as well. Thank you for doing it. Thanks for being on. Have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you, Jake.
Representative Daniel Singh joins us. We got to get out of here for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A 28-year-old Wheatland woman is accused of soliciting a friend to kill her husband and wanting the deed done quickly because she's afraid he'd take their 3 children. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the husband discovered their text conversation, plotting to kill him, and went to police.
This Wheatland woman is accused of pretty serious charges, which carries life in prison, the same as if you had pulled the trigger. The motive for wanting her husband taken out of the picture appears to be her kid. She has 3 kids, and she was afraid that she was in danger of losing the kids.
Molly Hambry made her initial appearance in Platte County Circuit Court on Thursday, charged with solicitation of first-degree murder and solicitation to commit forgery. The Oscar-winning movie The Revenant has a lot of Wyoming woven into it because the book that inspired it was written by Lovell-born and Torrington-raised author Michael Punk. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Punk says he's proud to have grown up in Wyoming.
It's the Wyoming landscape that informs Michael Punk's book about his struggles, So that is just woven all through the book. Michael, his dad was a biologist. He took him out on many a nature walk, hunting, fishing, taught him all the wildflowers. He also spent a lot of time out at Fort Laramie, where he got to do things like fire 1870s mountain howitzer, bake bread the old time way. This famous movie really has a lot of Wyoming woven into it.
Many Wyomingites know that the Oscar-winning movie The Revenant is based on the true story of mountain man Hugh Glass. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Ice and snow? Take it slow. Pay attention to reduced speed limits. Turn off your cruise control in inclement conditions. Use low beam and hazard lights in areas of fog and blowing snow. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Long before the famous COVID-era censorship lawsuit, Missouri versus Biden, ended Wednesday, Representative Harry Hageman called out the federal government for badgering social media companies. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Hageman says, quote, "It was pretty blatant what was going on."
Hageman said, you could tell when this was going on with social media that the federal government was involved. That issue was something that actually thrust her into the limelight in 2021 before she was in Congress. In the case documents, they spend quite a bit of time comparing the timing of Jen Psaki, the White House spokesperson's comments, with the emails that later came to light. Like Jen Psaki would say something like, there will be consequences. We're looking at law changes. We're looking at enforcement changes if we don't see some of this change. And so there was a tinge of looming there by the federal government that was apparent even before all these emails exploded into public view in 2023.
The federal government's demands that social media companies censor some COVID-19 information and some 2020 election content ranged so broadly they impacted memes showing a news story about Hunter Biden's laptop, posts saying COVID-19 originated in a laboratory, and posts critical of the COVID vaccine, so say court documents. The Voices and Votes traveling exhibit on American democracy and voting history begins a 6-stop tour across Wyoming on April 18th. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the exhibit is based on a display at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History in Washington, D.C.
Democracy will be on display as the Voices and Votes exhibit from the Smithsonian tours Wyoming. The Smithsonian source I spoke to said, he really hopes this rises above the partisan bickering and provides context that might be a unifier, or at least, help, really show that this is a deep tradition and wonderful tradition that this country has here on our 250th birthday.
The exhibit features historic campaign memorabilia, patriotic music, old lobbying illustrations, and special tie-ins to states and their unique voting histories, such as Wyoming's pioneering efforts for women's suffrage. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to Hour 2, the Cowboy State Daily Show. Meteorologist Don Day will pop in here in a moment. We'll talk a little bit about the weekend weather, what you can expect. Bust out the golf clubs or the snow shovel. We'll see. Brian DeBolt will be here, large carnivore specialist for the Wyoming Game and Fish. We'll talk mostly grizzly bear, maybe a little wolf if we have time, but the latest Game and Fish report on grizzly bear conflict came out not long ago, so I want to chat with Brian about that. And Andrew Rossy will check in straight out of Cody, Wyoming, this hour. Meanwhile, if you're a Netflix subscriber, get set to reach deeper into the pocketbook. Netflix is raising its prices again for subscribers. The bottom tier, which is now chock full of ads, is going up to $8.99 a month. That's the ads-supported standard plan. The premier tier platform where you don't have to sit through advertisements, commercials, is going up to $26.99 a month. Netflix, obviously, subscribership had fallen off a year or two ago. So that influenced the dollar rise from $6.99 to $7.99. Remember, like a year ago, Netflix said it was boosting its plans, increasing subscription rates as people left Netflix. And it seemed counterintuitive. If people don't not like Netflix, if people are leaving Netflix, canceling their subscription and going elsewhere to whatever, Hulu, Amazon Prime, going to other places, Disney Plus, Apple TV. If that's happening, shouldn't the company Netflix acknowledge, wow, people are leaving us, we should lower our price? No, the business model says the less people you have paying a subscription, the less you can afford to create Netflix-only content. We need to raise rates. So in light of dwindling subscribers, Netflix bumped their low rate last year. I think it was a year ago this time, around there. I think January of 25, is the last time. So yeah, January 25, they announced they'd go from $6.99 to $7.99 while the subscribership was dwindling. I don't know what the latest numbers are now. I'm reading this story in Yahoo Tech, and so they don't mention what the latest subscriber numbers are, whether they're trending up or down. But Amazon, I mean, it just follows suit. Earlier this month, Amazon Prime raised prices on its premium Prime Video plan, which removes commercials. Disney Plus, Hulu, HBO Max have all raised prices within the last year as well. So all these streaming services apparently across the board are all increasing their prices. And I think almost all of them offer different tiers depending on whether you want ads removed. And all this reminds me, from the perspective of somebody who's been around a little and been around the block a little, and maybe you kids today that grew up with Netflix need a little refresher course. But all this reminds me, we're just reverting back to network TV. And that's what we originally rebelled against, right? I mean, CBS, ABC, NBC. That was, back in the day, your three choices. That was it. And this is prior to Fox bringing a fourth network. I remember those three were it. There wasn't any HBO. If you wanted to watch a TV show or a movie at home in the convenience of your own home, this is prior to Redbox. Might even been pre-VCR, like renting a movie. You had to go out to the movie theater to see a movie, or you had to just watch whatever ABC decided to put on at 8 o'clock on a Thursday night. That was it. Those were your choices. You didn't have many. You want to watch a movie tonight? Yeah, sure. What's ABC playing? And it was restrictive, certainly. You couldn't choose what movie. And it was bothersome because you had to deal with commercials. How many commercials? Well, a 90-minute movie could last well over 2 hours on TV with all the commercial breaks. And so that, for a while, we didn't know any better. That was the only way you could consume moving pictures and video and TV. That was it. We were dumb and ignorant. And then I guess somehow somebody got smart and they said, we shouldn't have to sit around and wait for the only three networks to show what they want to show and take it. Let's seize control a little bit. And then we added a fourth network, Fox, that helped a little bit. We added things like HBO. And then we cut the cord altogether, right? Cable TV came along. And we had cable. And we had much more options with cable TV. Satellite. I remember some people, the earliest people that had a satellite dish way back when. Satellite dish came on board, and suddenly there was a world beyond just the three networks. And the early satellite dishes, they were gigantic. The people that had them, they were, the rich person in the neighborhood. They also had a swimming pool. They had the only swimming pool, and they had a big, giant satellite dish, something as big as NASA would put up in Houston. And then we just cut all that, and then we cut we went to cable, we cut the cord, cut the cable. No, well, we cut the cable when we went to streaming. Cable TV promised programming that didn't have commercials, and that was the huge, more choices, and you didn't have to sit through commercials. Oh, fantastic. Not having to deal with commercials was huge, game changer. And then streaming comes along and says, we can give you all that, more choices, no commercials, and you don't even have to hey, you don't even have to have cable coming into your house. No satellite dish, no cables at all. We're just going to beam it in with streaming. Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, they became popular. But now look what has happened. They put commercials in all these streaming services. Commercials are back. We're right back where we started from. We're right back to the original angst we had over having just network programming. We got to sit through commercials again on Netflix. You go to watch a Netflix movie now, and if you're some poor slob on the lowest tier paying $8.99 a month now that it went up $1, you got to sit through ads. We're right back to network TV. Right back. If we got to sit through commercials. Anyway, Netflix going up to $8.99 a month unless you're on the upper tier, and it costs you $26.99 a month now to not have to sit through commercials. No thanks. I'll take a few commercials and just run to the refrigerator. Well, the Senate got it done. It looks like Senate did approve funding for TSA. The compromise is further carve-outs of what Homeland Security funds. The Democrats in the Senate did not like the idea money was targeted at Border Patrol and ICE, immigration enforcement, stuff like that. The Democrat side on the Senate finally got some carve-outs and particularly targeted TSA and said, all right, we'll pay TSA, but not those ICE guys running around with 9mm shooting American citizens. We're not going to do that. So Transportation Security Administration agents back on the job, presumably. I mean, this just happened early this morning, I think, or late last night. TSA is now being paid. They will get back checks, back pay. And the 42-day stalemate is over regarding TSA. Now, the Department of Homeland Security, the end game, that's still to be decided. But from what we understand, breaking news this morning, the Senate early this morning approved Homeland Security funds that would pay TSA agents. There's about 50,000 TSA workers that have been working without pay since February 14th. Approximately 460 as of today have quit the job. And we'll see if they come back, but expect things to get a little bit back to normal. It may take a bit. But Houston in particular, and that's a United Airlines hub. Houston was the worst hit, it appears. That airport was experiencing 2, 3, 4-hour delays. And finally, to the relief of air travelers and definitely United Airlines, TSA workers back on the job. It remains to be seen how quickly, how much that will influence your wait at a TSA screening, especially in Houston. We'll see. But certainly good news to hear that situation resolved. Also, NBC News and other news sources, I'm reading NBC in this case, announcing that President Trump's signature will now appear on money. That would be a first. Take a look at your dollar bill. Like, open your wallet. If you have a dollar bill and it's signed by, traditionally, historically, the U.S. Treasurer and the Treasurer Secretary. Now, who are they? Nobody knows. Can you name the Treasurer Secretary? I don't know. But that person signs your dollar. Take a look. Don't take my word for it. There's a signature there. Well, these new dollars are going to be signed by Big Boss himself, President Trump, the Don, in a unprecedented move, says he's going to sign money adding his name to the U.S. dollar bill. And he announced that yesterday, Treasury Department, and he announced that in honor of the country's 250th anniversary, President Trump, POTUS will now sign money. Further indication that we live under a king and not a president? Maybe, because this weekend could be the biggest no kings protest ever, supposedly. USA Today is saying there are more than 31,000 events planned nationwide to protest President Donald Trump's actions and policies. These so-called no kings protests will take place on city streets tomorrow, March 28th. 31,000 estimated, could be the biggest no king celebration of all time. Don Day up next.
The Wyoming winter? Not so great. About as disappointing as biting into an unsalted pretzel. But that doesn't mean it's going to be sunny and 72 degrees every day either. Cowboy State Daily has the best weather coverage in the state with meteorologist Don Day. Whether it's erratic spring snowstorms, record-breaking wind, or powerful thunderstorms moving across Wyoming, make sure you're tracking Wyoming's weather with meteorologist Don Day, exclusively at cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. Don Day joins us. This is the guy responsible for a crummy ski season and the fact that grizzly bears woke up way too early, started mauling us. I only say that because we have Brian DeBolt on next, right after you. He's the game and fish large carnivore guy, and we're going to talk about grizzly conflicts. Don,
I would love that. I would love that on my business card. Large carnivore guy.
Totally.
I mean, that's just awesome.
Does that mean you're first in line at the backyard barbecue? I'm a large carnivore guy. I'll take that.
All I know is don't mess with the large carnivore guy. He knows things.
Teeth, claws, yeah. That does conjure. Well, you know, we need to know the weather for the weekend. A little bit coolish yesterday. Definitely. I tried to go out in I figured a long sleeve tee because I've been in short sleeves for the whole month. I'm like, a long sleeve tee should do it. There was a chill in the air, like real March. I had to go back and grab the hoodie.
We've been saying it's very cold up north. It's just that we haven't had any access to it, and we just got a little taste of it.
Yes.
But But you don't get used to it. Everybody knows better, but I will guarantee you in about a week, there will be complaining about how cold it is.
Always. The weather's never just right. Yesterday, coolish, certainly. Some 20 degrees off of what we were enjoying earlier in the week. Today, a little bit the same, but we start warming up for the weekend.
The northern part of the state will start to warm up a bit. The southern half of the state, especially the east, is definitely going to be temperatures are actually going to be normal today in many areas, which is something we haven't had to say in a while. But I'll tell you this, we're going to have a beautiful weekend. I mean, temperatures snap right back. That high pressure in the desert snaps back to the north. And tomorrow through Monday, we're above average temperatures again, 60s and 70s across the state. A really nice weekend to take advantage of because I will tell you this, it's looking like next weekend is going to be a lot different. It certainly is looking a lot colder. But we have this nice weekend coming on up, so enjoy it. But next week brings change.
Yes, I did take a glimpse at that. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves next weekend. Enjoy this one. Tomorrow, I did want to ask you, just because there is an estimated 31,000 No Kings protests going on throughout the country. And for the hippies doing it in Wyoming, are they going to wear Birkenstocks or snow boots?
I have never been asked for a protest cast before. And I'm not even I just don't know what the right weather is for a protest.
How do you dress for the protest tomorrow? It's simple,
that's a new this month on the Entertainment Channel. Dress for the protest. Now, forget the dress, the dress for the wedding. It's dress for the protest.
I noticed that your website, your weather forecasting empire, does include a travel forecast, which is very convenient. I think you need to incorporate like another side project, dress for the protest this weekend. Which
there's a lot of places we can go there, and I just don't. It's a Friday. I want to end the week on a good mood.
Okay, dress comfortably. Let's just say that because it'll be pretty nice this weekend. Thank you, Don. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Day weather forecast on the Cowboy State Daily. Yes, if you want to know what to put on for the No Kings protest, I think you can go open-shoed shorts, perhaps. Looks pretty nice. For the weekend in Wyoming, anyway. Let's get right back into the Zoom room and chat with Game and Fish Brian DeBolt. And here he is. Brian, I don't have visual on you. If you can make some camera adjust. Oh, there he is. All right. I can't tell if you're frozen or just stoic. All right. Yeah, I see you moving around. You got us? Thanks for being on, Brian. I think he's still working. Audio, do you hear me? You got us?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Excellent. How's everything? No problem.
There's like 3 different ways to turn on a microphone, so thank you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, believe me. I'm only ahead of you because I've been doing this for over a year. But yeah, when I first was trying to figure out how to get Zoom audio onto our show, oh yeah, the struggle is real, brother.
It is.
But at least the struggle is not with a 600-pound grizzly bear. Let's talk about that stuff. You're the large carnivore guy for Wyoming Game and Fish. We could talk a little bit about wolves. That'd be a large carnivore as well. But grizzly bear, I want to talk about the bear because a fairly recent study is out and we got some numbers now. And I want you to help us understand what the numbers mean. More than 6,000 human grizzly conflicts in Wyoming from 1982 to 2025. There were 220 noted last year, but I think over the last couple years, trending pretty stable. Like we're not seeing a terrible increase. True?
That's correct. Yeah. So we've been monitoring, really recording, documenting grizzly bear and all trophy game. It's called a trophy game. That's its legal classification in Wyoming. since 1982. So those are the numbers. Yeah. And the last couple of years, it's kind of leveled off, which is good. But there's a lot of annual variation for sure. The general trend is it is increasing. And that's because we got more bears and more people. It's not rocket science. But lately we've seen a little bit of a stabilization. Yeah.
Yeah, you look at how humans have just spread out development into what was bear habitat, and the fact that there are more bears. Yeah, I mean, the math, that's pretty easy. Let's talk about what a conflict is, Brian. The study, what is Game and Fish? What does the department classify as a conflict and something you would record in the database? You know, a grizzly comes along, tips over your garbage can. Is that a conflict? Did he, you know, it depends on whose garbage can it is, but what is a conflict?
So you're exactly right. We document conflicts as a bona fide, you know, property damage, or a bear gets what we call a human food reward, which means a non-natural food reward like garbage or horse grain. It's more than just a sighting. You know, a bear passed through your front yard. You know, in some places that's not overly unusual. It's concerning, but it's not a conflict. There's got to be some sort of property damage, livestock damage. You know, a bear has to, you know, if it gets hit by a vehicle, you know, its death was caused by a person. Or if somebody, human, is injured or killed by a bear, then that's obviously a conflict. So, and they're recorded at a minimum because, like you say, sometimes a bear will tip over somebody's garbage can and they don't mind. They just clean it up and go on about their day. They don't even record it. So what we have recorded are bona fide, legitimate, minimum number of verified conflicts.
Right. And those numbers, considering that we have more and more encroachment on bear habitat, more and more bears, those numbers remaining somewhat stable are kind of encouraging, I would think. And is that a reflection of the messages getting out? This is how you have to live in bear areas, bear aware, you know, don't have food available, you know, the whole bird feeder, all that stuff. I think the message is getting out, and people are behaving pretty good, from outfitters to regular residents. We're getting the message, maybe.
That's right. You know, we're often, as an agency, very reactionary to these conflicts. And, you know, then it's already occurred. So we try to educate folks at that time, but we do have a really large, it's called a Bearwise program, that we try to do as much proactive efforts as we can on the ground, you know, that face-to-face conflict, or excuse me, face-to-face interactions with people, do the best to reduce conflicts. And people are listening, people are becoming aware. And again, a lot of that credit goes to them, goes to all the people who hunt, fish, recreate in bear country, that are just learning, taking it upon themselves to learn, become educated, and avoid having a conflict with a bear.
We're talking to Brian DeBolt, Wyoming Game and Fish. Right now, if you see the visual, he is in his natural habitat, the office. Although it may be his unnatural habitat, you probably just as well see him out in the backcountry investigating perhaps grizzly predation. I want to talk about those grizzly bears that, hey, man, I can't blame them. If I'm a grizzly, I probably understand that if I get into an urban area, residential area, that's probably where I don't belong. And eating the dog food that was left out in the garage, that's probably a no-no. I'm in the back of my mind. But when I'm in the middle of my habitat and I see a bunch of cows, and my goodness, they look like elk or bison or anything else I might be eating, like, that's a legit snack. I'm okay to eat that stuff. But yeah, ranchers don't care for it. And cattle predation is automatically getting a bear probably relocated, if not removed from the population. We're seeing it a lot in the Upper Green, everywhere.
Yeah, you're so right. It's a bear, you know, like in the springtime, the elk are calving, That's a major food source for them. Well, once the elk calves get a little bigger, harder to catch on these public allotments, that prey base is then kind of replaced with cattle. And yeah, so it's just natural for them to food switch to that. It is important, to note, luckily, not all bears kill cattle. So we're when we do try to address a bear that is killing cattle, we're very specific to target that individual bear that's causing the damage. And most of that damage, though, does occur on private land. Most of our livestock depredation occurs on private land. And those bears, we do have a little lower tolerance for. They're the ones that kill than the ones that kill livestock on public land. They're mostly males, and they contribute little or nothing to the overall population of bears. So we do have a lower tolerance, and we do relocate some, but yeah, we do remove some of those bears as well. And the producers understand that as well. They get a bad rap, unnecessarily so. They're tolerant of just what you explained. They're raising livestock in grizzly bear habitat on these public lands, and they have a higher tolerance for those bears causing that damage there than they do, at their home ranch, because it's also a human safety threat. When their kids, can't walk to the bus stop in the morning, literally, without the fear of potentially a bear being around, that's a concern. So there's definitely a different dynamic based on the land ownership.
Yeah, public, private land, a different set of circumstances. You're right. Many ranchers understand they're getting a great deal with public land grazing. It's pretty affordable, and they understand the risks, and they factor them in. We're going to lose so many units this spring. But when it's on your property, because it's the cow today, it's the border collie tomorrow, it starts to, get a little personal. And Brian, you did touch on what kind of bears you'll cut more or less tolerance for. I did want to know, what gender. Is it the boars? Is it the sows? Because there is a policy you go through: 1 strike and you're out, 2 strikes and you're out. You will try to relocate when you can, but what's that area north of Du Bois? That's getting full up. The double top or whatever.
Double cabin, maybe.
Double cabin, yes. And then, the Cody area, that's kind of getting full as well. So where to put them is definitely a concern. And then, protocol for the gender of the bear and the likelihood that, this thing is going to stop eating cows.
Yep. Again, you're right on. There are so many factors involved. And ultimately, that decision, because of the bear's legal status, is up to the Fish and Wildlife Service. We make a recommendation. We coordinate with the land management agency, and, internally, we come up with a recommendation. But that decision, based on the age, sex, conflict history, location, availability of relocation sites. So many factors come into play to determine, do we relocate a bear? Do we remove it? And there really isn't a 3-strike policy. There are bears that we'll relocate multiple times, because it works. We wouldn't relocate bears if it didn't work.
Yeah.
But some bears, if it's a serious human safety threat, maybe they got no teeth left in their head. Frankly, they're starving to death and they're on their way out. Maybe it's a 1 strike. Maybe it's just time for them to go. A lot of factors go into play, and it's typically older males that are involved in they're the chronic livestock depredators, and they're the ones that we have to deal with.
Brian DeBolt is with us, large carnivore guy for the Wyoming Game and Fish. It's a complex issue, made even more complex, I would imagine, when you're talking about state and federal, and it gets interagency. Talk about your role on the grizzly bear interagency management, whatever the acronym is, and the importance of identifying when a grizzly bear has done something and when maybe a black bear, because the grizzly bear is the protected species that involves feds and the Fish and Wildlife Service, and it starts to get a little more complex. It's important to know what kind of bear you're dealing with for sure.
Absolutely. That's part of our investigation process. That's why our team is in place. There's about 10 to 12 of us on an annual basis that respond to all these conflicts. And that's the biggest thing right there is you have, for example, a dead cow. First of all, was it killed or did it just die? And is it being scavenged? Secondly, if it was killed, what killed it? Was it a bear? Was it a wolf? And what kind of bear? So all those things come into play as part of the investigation before you determine what type of management action you want to take, which is sometimes nothing. We have a compensation program, which is fully funded by Wyoming hunters. And, since wildlife is property of the state, even grizzly bears fall into that category. The state has taken on the responsibility to compensate when that wildlife damages your property, in this case, livestock. And it's Wyoming hunters that foot that bill.
One last thing, Brian. I just want to incorporate wolves into the discussion as well. Both the wolf and the grizzly bear, these apex predators, when they bump into human, residential habitat, those are the conflicts that we're worried about. Can you draw any comparisons or non-comparisons between wolf population and grizzly bear population? Both of these animals enjoyed protection for a while so we could get their population built up. Both these species are now pretty darn populated. Are they different in the way that maybe the wolves, we don't see as much human interaction because the wolves self-monitor their population better or stay away from humans better? I don't know. The grizzly bear just don't know any better. They're bumping into us all over. You rarely hear the wolf struck on a highway, yet grizzly bears, yes. And grizzly bears are in your backyard. Wolf, not so much. What's the difference?
Yeah, so one thing is, grizzly bear numbers are significantly higher than wolf numbers. When the wolves were reintroduced, we worked real hard with the Fish and Wildlife Service to get them to, biologically recovered levels. And they've been under state management now, and we've met recovery goals and our management objectives every year now with wolves since they've been recovered, and we've been monitoring them as a state. They're not as aggressive towards people, which is great. Grizzly bears can, of course, be very aggressive towards people. And I think our management strategy with wolves is, again, we've met our population objectives while allowing a limited number of public take through hunting. And there's also a lot of agency take when those, again, we get those chronic packs, chronic livestock killing packs. We're pretty aggressive with managing those. And so there's really, I think we got a great track record. We do the same thing with black bears and mountain lions. If grizzly bears were under state management, we would manage them great too. Grizzly bears are going to be just fine. There's a lot of fear mongering out there that if we hunt them, it's going to eliminate all the tourist dollars that come into the state and into Yellowstone. And we're just going to kill all these grizzly bears. Right. Grizzly bears will never be hunted in Grand Teton and Yellowstone National Parks. And I think we got a really good track record, and all the states combined, of managing these large carnivores well. And grizzly bears would be no different.
Brian, you kind of led us naturally into that final question, is if you were sitting down in front of our old friend, Brian Nesvik, who we had on the show on Wednesday, now heading the Fish and Wildlife Service. Yeah, what would you say? Is Wyoming capable, ready to manage the grizzly bear? Is it time?
Yeah, in fact, because we have the majority of bears in the ecosystem, and we've been managing them well. The reason they're recovered to the point that they are, in fact, they're probably above carrying capacity. We're starting to see some of we're almost being punished for having too many bears now. And so, two things. Again, so delisting the grizzly bear will not, all the fear mongering that's out there, it won't be the demise of the bear. It won't. They're going to exist into perpetuity, and they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, and that's nobody's intent, certainly not the department's. Anyhow, I mean,
absolutely. And we are ready to do it. We're staffed, we're ready. Secondly, there is an opinion that, it's going to be this silver bullet and it's going to fix all these conflict problems if we delist the grizzly bear. Well, that's not true either. We are going to have maybe some different tools and methods in place to alleviate some of the damage that's occurred by, caused by grizzly bears, but it's not a silver bullet. It's where bears and people coexist. There's still going to be conflicts, but delisting is the right thing to do. The purpose of the Endangered Species Act, again, is to get bears to a point where they no longer need these federal protections. And we're there. And the bears, like I say, they're going to be just fine. And delisting isn't a fix-all, but it's a step in the right direction. It's a good place to start.
Yeah, the ESA works, and it's worked here, and Wyoming is closer to the Grizz than Washington, and it's time, I would agree, to start managing that species. Hey, thanks so much for popping in with us, Brian DeBolt. We got to have you on again because grizzly bear is always a fun topic.
Thank you, Jake.
Yeah, have a great weekend.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily Show moving along. We got Andrew Rossy in next, right after this break.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine. But if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion. Leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Finally, Friday, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in hour 2. That means it's Rossy time. Andrew joins us. Andrew, we had on the other day, just yesterday, Kara Wadka. Do you know Kara Wadka?
It's not ringing a bell.
She is the theater teacher at Cody High School. And she's just got the gig, I think, like a year ago. And this coming April, next month, she and the kids at Cody High School are staging Annie Get Your Gun. Part of the Arts Council, Wyoming Arts Council funded 250th celebration. Cody's going to do it up big, including, besides fireworks, they're a big theater. I mean, Annie Get Your Gun. That's so Cody. Annie Oakley. And
I'm planning to attend once they open it.
Excellent. Yeah, that's April 16, 17, 18 in the gorgeous Winona Thompson Theater. Is that place that... I've never been there, but I hear it's spectacular.
It's spectacular for a small town in Wyoming, for sure. I've performed in there many times in the past.
Yeah. All right. Seal of approval for Andrew Rossy. Let's go to the small screen and the Yellowstone, another Yellowstone spinoff. I can't keep up with them all. I loved Yellowstone. I loved 1923. I love the Harrison Ford one. Now we got Dutton Ranch, which is going to be a continuation of the relationship between the saucy, if not volatile, Beth and her husband. It's coming out May. I think we're going to see it. What is this story about, Andrew?
Well, from what what they've released, they've moved to Texas and they started a new ranch, and they're both very colorful personalities, to put it mildly. So you put colorful personalities in a new setting and they're going to clash with everybody and create the kind of drama that Yellowstone fans have come to expect from the show.
So what we did see in the Yellowstone series, the connection with the 4 Sixes. Are they going to go down and run that ranch or something?
That I don't know. I'm actually not overly familiar with the Yellowstone franchise. I think I watched 1883 and I watched a couple episodes of the main series, and I just not my speed. I think once I got to the first mass shootout, I was just like, I think I'm good.
Yeah. Maybe you're more of a Revenant guy, because that story's in the news from Renee Jean. I love The Revenant, the story of Hugh Glass and DiCaprio. I mean, that was a great movie. Did you see that?
I did. And actually, speaking of theater, that's my dream, is to do a stage adaptation of The Revenant, which is just quick scenes of dialogue of people talking and then 30 minutes of one actor dragging themselves across the stage. And then you repeat that several times.
Yeah. Is that your elevator pitch for the executive producer? I'm going to drag myself. Yeah. Oh, but yeah. It's such a monologue-driven kind of movie, The Revenant, similar to The Martian, similar to the movie you've got to go see, Project Hail Mary. Have you seen that yet?
I haven't yet, but everybody and their mother has told me that it's very good, and it sounds like it'd be something that's right up my alley. One of my favorite movies is The Martian.
Yes, The Martian, The Revenant. I reluctant to include Tom Hanks' Castaway, but it's similar in where one guy drives the whole thing. And if not for flashbacks, the casting agent would have a short job. Oh, you're doing a movie, The Martian? Yeah. What's his name? The Martian dude?
The Martian, Matt Damon.
Yeah, Matt Damon. Done. I mean, it's like, where's my check? That's it? Yeah, but you got to be a special kind of actor to be able to carry 2 hours of a movie basically yourself. The Martian was fantastic. I think you'll find Project Hail Mary very similar. The Andy Weir book is great, and they did not depart much from it. And Gosling just really brings it to life. It brings the humor to it. You'll love it. You got to see it.
I have to add that to my list then.
Yeah. It is super good. Let's add also to the list. So it might be dinner and a movie for you, Andrew, because you got to stop by Cassie's. Let me know how the new Cassie's 2.0, Cassie's 3.0 is. I'm glad the steakhouse is saved and back open.
A lot of people are. There was a lot of concern about the fact, because I mean, it's the reality of it is, and this is not, it's controversial to say, anybody who knows Cassie's will tell you it's not really an impressive place. Like, it's a historic structure, but it's not a historic structure like the Irma Hotel or it's like the Cowboy Bar where you are. It's a bunch of small buildings that just got cobbled together with walls knocked down to become this complex. So it's not visually impressive, but a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for that spot and what it used to be and what it can be. So I know a few of the owners, they're very excited about it. They've put a lot of time and effort because they wanted not only to take over the business, they wanted to keep it around.
Yeah.
So it's very gratifying for them that they've been able to get everything together and give it some new spick and spam, but retaining everything that made people love it in the first place.
And it's gratifying for us in Western Wyoming, in Park County, in Cody, who understand the significance of Cassie, the history of it, the actual Cassie, the brothel roots of it. But you're right, for somebody who has none of that background and they just drive by and say, "Oh, Cassie, maybe we're going for dinner." Are they going to get the full experience? I mean, that's the key, I hope, because nothing about it. You wouldn't know unless they give you a great cut of steak. Can we get, 5-star Yelp reviews from someone who has no idea about the history of Cassie's Steakhouse?
Well, nice thing about Cassie's is that, I mean, there are a lot of restaurants in Cody, but Cassie's has been around for long enough that it carries that name recognition. So imagine a lot of places that promoted Cody outside of Cody, you're going to see, oh, Cassie's is back, and they're going to roll with that because it's been voted consistently as one of the best historic steakhouses, one of the best Western steakhouses, and that spirit's still going to be there. And they're going to be serving Wyoming beef or beef from southern Montana, just over the state line, on the menu. So it's going to be even more authentically Wyoming than it possibly has been in the past, because they said, like, we could get our beef from anywhere. We could get it shipped here and from everything, but we wanted to keep everything locally sourced. So it's going to have a true local flavor.
And just rewind a little bit about what was in danger of going away. Cassie's, wasn't long ago, I thought, oh, it's over. The owners, what happened? The owners sold it, and somebody had to come along and make Cassie's again. What happened, and where are we now with it?
Oh boy, it depends on where you want to start. So the last owners, they got into an altercation after a dissatisfied guest made some remarks they didn't like. So they followed that guest back to their hotel, and then they got into a scuffle with the police department that resulted in a few felonies that they pled no contest to, I believe, or at least one of them did. And then they sold the business back to the previous owner, who then sold it to someone else. And that owner, who hasn't been publicly identified, he made a very public stance that he wanted somebody to take it over and reopen it. So he kind of held on to this because the community was concerned we'd lose it, because Cody has lost several historic structures over the last few years because we don't have any covenants or processes about demolishing historic buildings. All you need is the permit. And Cassie sits on a piece of prime real estate on Yellowstone Avenue heading into Yellowstone. So a lot of people were thinking it's a goner. Then someone's going to see the real estate is more valuable than the business itself. So they're just going to tear it down and try to build something else in its place. That was a very real concern. But then a group of local Cody businesses, like, we're aware that this is happening and we want to prevent it. So they have a long-term lease on the property to reopen and revitalize it, which they've done. And the thing that I think you have to say about Cassie's is it's changed hands many times over the last several years, but just throughout its history since 1933. But it's always been successful. So it's not one of those things where you really necessarily have to try hard to make it a success. But this group, they are trying really hard. And it's going to be, I'm looking forward to attending when they reopen.
And that's the thread that ties together the two stories from Andrew Rossy we've been talking about. Cassie's Steakhouse is going through more sequels than the Yellowstone franchise. Each one as successful as the last. And both those stories from Andrew Rossy, you got to read about. The latest in the Yellowstone is the Dutton Ranch. Are they still going to make it kind of Wyoming, or are they going completely Texas? And then Cassie's Steakhouse will get a food review from foodie Andrew Rossy, maybe.
Well, if we have to tie it together, Jake, I'm not going to blow up Cassie's while I'm there. I think that's like crossing a line.
Don't blow it up. Go see Project Hail Mary and go have a steak at Cassie's and let me know how that night went.
I certainly will.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Andrew Rossy of the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Finally Friday. More coming up next hour. We're going to get with Bill Sniffen, Tom Herszig from Cheyenne Frontier Days, and Aaron Brown from Wyoming Highway Patrol. That's all coming up right after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A 28-year-old Wheatland woman is accused of soliciting a friend to kill her husband and wanting the deed done quickly because she's afraid he'd take their 3 children. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the husband discovered their text conversation, plotting to kill him, and went to police.
This Wheatland woman is accused of pretty serious charges, which carries life in prison, the same as if you had pulled the trigger. The motive for wanting her husband taken out of the picture appears to be her kids. She has 3 kids, and she was afraid that she was in danger of losing the kids.
Molly Hambry made her initial appearance in Platte County Circuit Court on Thursday, charged with solicitation of first-degree murder and solicitation to commit forgery. The Oscar-winning movie The Revenant has a lot of Wyoming woven into it because the book that inspired it was written by Lovell-born and Torrington-raised author Michael Punk. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that Punk says he's proud to have grown up in Wyoming.
It's the Wyoming landscape that informs Michael Punk's book about his struggles, so that is just woven all through the book. Michael, his dad was a biologist. He took him out on many a nature walk, hunting, fishing, taught him all the wildflowers. He also spent a lot of time out at Fort Laramie, where he got to do things like fire 1870s mountain howitzer, bake bread the old time way. This famous movie really has a lot of Wyoming woven into it.
Many Wyomingites know that the Oscar-winning movie The Revenant is based on the true story of mountain man Hugh Glass. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Ice and snow, take it slow. Pay attention to reduced speed limits. Turn off your cruise control in inclement conditions. Use low beam and hazard lights in areas of fog and blowing snow. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Long before the famous COVID-era censorship lawsuit, Missouri versus Biden, ended Wednesday, Representative Harriet Hageman called out the federal government for badgering social media companies. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Hageman says, quote, "It was pretty blatant what was going on."
Hageman said, you could tell when this was going on with social media that the federal government was involved. That issue was something that actually thrust her into the limelight in 2021 before she was in Congress. In the case documents, they spend quite a bit of time comparing the timing of Jen Psaki, the White House spokesperson's comments, with the emails that later came to light. Like Jen Psaki would say something like, there will be consequences. We're looking at law changes. We're looking at enforcement changes if we don't see some of this change. And so there was a tinge of looming there by the federal government that was apparent even before all these emails exploded into public view in 2023.
The federal government's demands that social media companies censor some COVID-19 information and some 2020 election content ranged so broadly They impacted memes, showing a news story about Hunter Biden's laptop, posts saying COVID-19 originated in a laboratory, and posts critical of the COVID vaccine, so say court documents. The Voices and Votes traveling exhibit on American democracy and voting history begins a 6-stop tour across Wyoming on April 18th. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports the exhibit is based on a display at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History in Washington, D.C.
Democracy will be on display as the Voices and Votes exhibit from the Smithsonian tours Wyoming. The Smithsonian source I spoke to said, he really hopes this rises above the partisan bickering and provides context that might be a unifier, or at least, help, really show that this is a deep tradition and wonderful tradition that this country has here on our 250th birthday.
The exhibit features historic campaign memorabilia, patriotic music, old lobbying illustrations, and special tie-ins to states and their unique voting histories, such as Wyoming's pioneering efforts for women's suffrage. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
All right, let's get to it. Bill Sniffen's here on a Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Halfway through, half to go. And so happy to have you along with us this Friday. Bill, what's happening with you?
Jake, I've enjoyed listening to your show so far, and have a couple observations to make. My wife has some health issues. She's doing okay, but we end up spending time in Dallas, Texas, because of medical facilities down there where she has some kind of unique conditions plus our daughter lives there, so we have a place to stay. But two things. One is that I had lunch with a futurist that I'm going to devote my next column to. But the other thing is, by gosh, I went to that show, Project Hail Mary, and I went to it in what they call XD, which was a giant screen, and you sit in a chair that shakes every time there's an explosion. I'd say that's a good way to see it, although I really now, after seeing it, I wish I'd have gone to it in IMAX, if I could have found an IMAX theater. But it's a great show. I had read the book, and unfortunately, that's one time I wish I hadn't read the book because I knew what was coming, and it was just such a wonderful movie. I'm a sci-fi buff, and my all-time favorite movies are like 2001 and Interstellar, but I tell you, this one ranks right up there. And but we don't need to beat that to death because you have talked quite a bit with other people. But gosh darn it, I would agree. It's a hell of a movie. I was thinking of writing a column about it, but there was no Wyoming hook anywhere that I could find.
Right. What is that Wyoming hook? I don't know, but it's a great movie. And it does stay pretty close to the book, including the ending, which I thought was interesting because the ending of the book, as I described earlier this morning, may not be Hollywood's version of how they would like to end a movie. Audiences, love to walk out of there with a big old smile. Everything's wrapped up in 90 minutes. This one runs longer, 2.5 hours. But they did test screen the book ending and found that audiences preferred it, which I was glad that, and I'm sure Andy Weir, the author, was glad that they stayed with the book ending. I thought the book, though, better described the science of what the mission Project Hail Mary was about and what astrophage is and what the Earth was up against with the fading sun. I thought the book described more of the science fiction, the sci-fi, where the movie was more about the relationship between Ryan Gosling and the alien, which was fun.
It was, it was just doggone good movie going and a lot of flashbacks. And I was wondering if they would change the ending. I was convinced, and there's in making movies, there's a device they call the false ending. And if you pay attention to most movies, there's always a false ending. So you're sitting there watching it and you think that's the end, and then, whoa, here comes the real ending. Well, they did that to us in this one, and but that's enough. We'll say we'll let the listeners and viewers out there that they can go see it, and it's one of those movies that, oh, doggone it, I love going to the movies. In fact, I have 13 grandchildren, and they will tell you that they're one of their favorite memories is going to the movies with Pop-Pop and going to the movies with Pop-Pop and eating lots of popcorn. We would call it, but I love movies. My wife doesn't. Most of my kids don't, but my grandkids love movies, and they love going to the movies with their grandpa. And so I went with my granddaughter, who's down here in Texas, who's now a 26-year-old physician's assistant. But it was really fun. That was really really fun. But a lot of stuff going on. Jake, what else is going on?
What is a futurist? What did you say? What is that?
Yeah, I heard this man speak maybe 15 years ago, and he was talking about the future. And I'll tell you what, the topic of his talk then, his name is Jeff Wacker, and the topic of his talk 15, 20 years ago, whatever it was, he held up his BlackBerry, and he said, "This is the future," and he says, "We're going to live and die off this thing." And everybody laughed, and sure enough, he was right. But anyway, I found out that he lived in the same subdivision in Dallas as my daughter. So I spent some time with him, and then said, "Well, let's have lunch next time you get down to Dallas." So for 15 years, he and I have been going out to lunch, and we've become good friends. And so about every 2 years, I interview him and write a column predicting the future. And this time, my column, which is coming out this weekend, it talks about how Wyoming is one of the few places that might thrive during the AI robotic thing that's coming. And he's a huge fan of Wyoming. He just thinks that we've got our act together. And you listen to him and you think, man, Wyoming's a pretty cool place. but he just likes our balanced budget and our conservative principles and our neighborliness, and just but he believes we're looking. There's no question we'll have universal basic income, but before I go into that, he was the futurist for a company called Hewlett Packard. Now keep in mind they had 300,000 employees and one futurist. And that was him. So he's a pretty smart guy. And yet he grew up in western Nebraska, so he knows all about Wyoming and just loves Wyoming. So he can talk about Wyoming. But he listed a few reasons why Wyoming is going to thrive. And the biggest one is our lack of big cities, which frankly, up to now, I've written about this for 50 years, is one of the big weaknesses of Wyoming is we don't have any big cities. And but he says now that's going to be an advantage because you're going to have all these idle people. And he said idle people usually is not a good situation. And so our wide open spaces will protect us. He also felt that because we're an energy producer, obviously that's a huge plus because the future is just going to require so much energy. But those are just some of the reasons. But it was I think it's going to be a fun column. I tell you what, let me tell you how it starts. I have a thing here. I say, I have seen the future. It looks a lot like today, only different. Oops, it just changed again. Never mind. So that's my vision of the future, Jake. You just when you think you have it figured out, oops, it changed again. Never mind.
Yeah, the ever-changing vision of the future. It's a murky crystal ball. The vision is not always sharp. I agree. I agree with this guy Wacker. That Wyoming's lack of major metropolitan areas is an advantage, not a disadvantage, for whether that's for the future or not. I think it's an advantage in that because we don't have a major city that drives the thought or the influence of an entire state. So many times if you go to pick a state, their major city, their major metropolitan area is usually in opposite thinking, whether politically, ideologically, with the people. It's the city and it's the rural. We don't agree with what they do in Minneapolis. In Wyoming, because we don't have that big city, we are all pulling on the rope in the same direction for the most part. Wyomingites have a group think when it comes to Wyoming.
I may reach out to Jeff and is it Michaela that does the scheduling now? I don't know.
McKee, Haley McKee is so good. Yeah, Haley.
But I may see if Jeff would want to be on your show sometime.
Yeah.
It'd be fun. I tell you, he's just so smart. He's if you want to get into the deep weeds, you can. But he's also, like I said, he's one of us. He's, like I said, grew up in Nebraska. He can talk about real things and real people, and he tends to be a pretty conservative guy. And I can say he has a real soft spot in his heart for Wyoming. So it's But anyway,
we can get all deep and futuristic, or I can just ask for stock tips. I mean, I think I may go cheap with him. Like, I don't know.
Well, he's been telling me about nanobots for a long time. And who knows? But Jake, I was also thinking about this crazy U.S. House race, and I'm working on a column in the future on that. And I was thinking of all the wonderful U.S. representatives we've had. I've been around so long. The first one I knew was Tino Roncalio, and then we had John Wold, and then we had Dick Cheney, and we've had Liz Cheney, and we had Barb Cuban, and my gosh, we've just had so many good ones. Cynthia Lummis, and now Harriet, and I think I left out Barbara Cuban. No, man, there's somebody else I left out in there. But anyway. That's been a great jumping off place for aspiring politicians. And I'm just stunned at all the people jumping into that race. And, originally I thought Chuck Gray might have been the front runner, but I think Jillian Bailow is a proven vote getter, and Reed Rasner is spending a lot of money, and and Bo Beitman, my gosh, there's a guy that's a state leader. And but now it's now the field is so big that I think that actually does help Chuck, and because he does have his own small niche of backers that could very well win that. But I'm not sure who I would bet on in that. And I think this Frank Chapman thing is really funny because when I ran for governor back in 2002, Dallas Laird and Frank Chapman had a show on K2 TV, and it was Meet the Candidates. And I mean, those two guys, they were both lawyers, and you went on that show with trepidation because they just held you. And I survived it and made a couple good friends. But now this Frank Chapman is running for U.S. representative. And I won't say who it is, but some prominent person just made a big splash on Facebook about Frank Chapman, who used to be the first public defender in Wyoming, is running for this office. Well, no, there's two Frank Chapmans.
Oops.
and so as a journalist, I have been there. And
yeah.
But, it's sort of almost a Rosanna Dana moment, Never mind. Anyway, this person had this great scoop about how this Frank Chapman, like, doggone, he was a liberal back in the day, and that Frank Chapman was. He still is. He's a strong Democrat. And then this new Frank Chapman is, I think, a guy with some money who bought a ranch in Jackson and who wants to get involved. But there's about 25 years age difference between the two men. And anyway, at some point, you'll be reading a clarification in Facebook by somebody saying, oops, never mind.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, Jake, you're a good reporter. I doubt you've ever had a Rosanna Dana moment, but I have, where I've written something I was so sure of it, and oops.
It's my greatest fear, and it's why I tend to go overboard making absolutely positive. I definitely worry about that. Getting back to that U.S. House race that I think will be really fun, even if you're non-political like me, handicapping that race because it's so crowded and all from one party, where it's all decided in August, not November, when there's probably less of a voter turnout. We could be seeing a race decided by like less than 100 votes. You never know. And I wonder, because there are such heavyweights involved, whether who it helps or hurts. And you mentioned Chuck Gray with a very loyal fan base. Does it help a candidate that has his people who get them, who hear the message, and that's all it'll take? Do any of these candidates have to reach out to the undecided voter? Maybe not. They all fall into their camps. Belo, Gray, whoever's in it, and it's the undecideds. There's probably slim pickings there.
Well, it's even more than that, because we still have the ability to cross over. You'll have independents and Democrats crossing over because they want to participate. You know, that there's nothing, no action. If you're independent, you don't get a vote at all. If you're a Democrat, there's no contested races. So that's really where the action is. And in so many elections that they have cast the deciding vote. So if I were running some of these guys as campaigns, I would be trying to somehow figure out a way to keep my conservative credentials, but yet somehow appeal to these independents and Democrats. I honestly believe that's how Mark Gordon won roughly 8 years ago, or 6 years ago, whatever it was, in 2000. Whenever he was viewed as the moderate.
Yeah.
And as a result, of almost 10,000 people crossed over. So there is the number. But the other problem, I see myself as a pundit, and I am. I've been writing about Wyoming politics for now 56 years. And I'm just going to have a lot of fun writing about this race, because just digging up some past history and again, like you say, handicapping it. That's the thing, is saying, okay, who is the front runner? And I think Jillian Belo is a tremendous dark horse, because doggone it, she made a lot of friends and did a lot of things right, and as far as I know, didn't offend anybody. And she could be the one that a lot of these Democrats and independents crossing over might vote for.
Yeah.
So there's a. But
I think Jillian.
Then you have Reed Rasner and Chuck Gray having this.
I think each candidate has lots of positives going for them, but each one has a negative that they're somehow going to have to answer to or erase. And when it comes to Secretary of State Gray, he's going to have to explain what he's for more than what he's against. We've heard a lot of, I hate woke wind. I'm against the governor. I'm against. I think he's going to have to bring some positivity. Reed Rasner is going to have to prove that he's not going to sue everyone who doesn't vote for him. And Jillian Belo, as popular as that name is, will also have to answer to her departure from the superintendent job and leaving the state and having a very short tenure in Virginia doing that and coming back. Everybody has something that they may have to address, something in the closet.
Well, the elephant in the room, and unless I missed it, I don't think Donald Trump has endorsed anybody in that race yet. And perhaps the assumption would be that it could be Gray, because he has some pretty good connections with Trump. And again, that lately across the country, that's a huge factor right there. And
yeah,
I'm a little bit on the governor's race. Megan Degenfelder, my gosh, this is a smart young gal that apparently is pushing all the right buttons. I'm astonished that she's got Trump's endorsement and now Harriet's endorsement for governor, and that's a really interesting one to watch. I am actually still not so sure that. Well, I don't know what I was going to say, that there may be some surprises coming up in that race too, but.
Superintendent Degenfelder's endorsement on the federal level maybe surprise some. Why would the president of the United States be weighing in on a governor race? Why would Harriet Hageman? But that, I think she earned that with the whole DEA, the Department of Education. She was very involved, frequent flyer to D.C. to talk about why we don't need a U.S. Department of Education. That's certainly got her on Trump's radar. I'll bet.
Well, I think so. Plus, she has very few negatives. I mean, perhaps the only negatives she might have is that she'd be perceived as too young. And I'm not so sure we don't need a little bitty young lady. And of course, she's an attractive young Wyoming cowgirl. Well, does that sound familiar? It didn't work out real well for Kristi Noem in the long run. But in the short run, she was a very successful governor, and of course, until she did a $200 million ad campaign featuring herself for Homeland Security. But I guess she shot her dog. So I guess those are things.
Right. A woman governor in Wyoming with the equality state sounds right. I mean, that just seems to fit the bill. We'll be talking about it. August is coming up, and
having an August primary is fiasco in my opinion, but it's the powers that be have set it up that way, and reduces the number of people voting. It makes it very interesting.
Yeah,
it's always good spending time with you, buddy. And if anybody wants a great motorhome, that one over my shoulder, I think I'm going to sell it. So.
He'll make you a great deal. Thanks, Bill.
Thanks.
We got to take a break. Tom Herszig up next. Cheyenne Frontier Days right after this here.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about
about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Let's get right back into discussion. And we're going to Cheyenne Frontier Days. You ready? You better get ready. This will be here before you know it. July. Tom Herszig is with us. Cheyenne Frontier Days CEO. And I was just looking, Tom, just from my own interest. The lineup of music acts, so good, so diverse. Frontier Nights is going to be a lot of fun. Riley Green with Trace Atkins on July 22nd. Riley Green does that duet with Ella Langley, who is about as hot as you can be right now. And I was seeing Ella Langley's tour schedule, whether she's off on July 22nd, where she is on her summer tour, and maybe she pops in at Cheyenne. Can you imagine?
I like the rumors you're starting. That's always a good rumor to start. Keep those coming, would you?
I'm just saying she has an off night. She's in Kentucky, I think, the following day. Totally doable. Jesse Murph opening the whole nights with Treaty Oak Riva. I love Jesse Murph. She's fun. July 17th.
And those things aren't that far out of the question. If you remember last time Blake played here, Gwen showed up. So,
yep. I love that when somebody, whatever the tie is, somebody might come on just to sing that duet, and I love when the crowd recognize, all of a sudden you hear the crowd and they see who it is walk on and they get it. Blake Shelton will be there. We know that for sure. Zach Top with Jody Messina, great show. Hardy is fun. Man.
Yeah, that first Friday, that Treaty Oak Revival and Jesse Murph, that's looking to be a pretty big show. That's, it's funny when we were talking about this the other day. Country music, within the genre of country music, it is so diverse. I don't even know what real country is anymore, but the people that say they're country, they go from Zach Top to Treaty Oak Revival. It's
yes.
So you can kind of stay in the country genre and still have a lot of different diversity in it.
Yes, and targeting different ticket buyers, you'll see a completely different crowd. For Treaty Oak Revival doing like that real Texas red dirt feel.
Yeah.
They're fun. Jesse Murph, navigates between just straight up pop music and a different kind of country. Zach Top, traditionalist. You'll think you're listening to George Strait. Zach Top.
I know he is. He's throwback, isn't he?
Totally. So what
and then you got Red Clay Strays that are just like completely different than all of them. It's
you'll find a 22-year-old who hates today's country and they Red Clay Strays, man, that's their jam. So you're all over the place, and you have to be with entertainment like this. That sells tickets. Who Tom?
The one we can't forget about is Alex Warren. Alex Warren isn't country. He was nominated for for a Grammy this year as one of the newcomers of the year.
Yep.
And has Noah Cyrus, that people might recognize that name. That's Miley's sister. So that's she's awful talented too. So we got a little bit for everybody, I think.
Yeah, if you may not know the name Alex Warren, but he had one of the, and you can count them on one hand, most downloaded, listened to songs of the year last year, Ordinary. Everybody, that song was huge. And that's Alex Warren with Noah Cyrus. So what a lineup. Tom, who does your booking? Is that who knows music like this that's going to book these bands?
You don't think it's me?
I'm thinking it's not you, Tom. You might be the guy there doing shoot 9 stuff, or picking a stock contractor. I'm thinking it's not you. I don't know.
No, we've had the Romeo Entertainment Group. They've been booking for Cheyenne for 50 years now.
Yeah.
They're an incredible. They're probably the largest ones that book for fairs and festivals and kind of the Western themed events. They do a really great job getting us artists lined up. And everybody thinks that signing an artist is just like a menu. You say, well, I think next year we'll bring in Ella Langley. Doesn't work that way. We put probably 40 offers out to get 7 headliners.
Yeah,
because it's all about routing, where they're playing. If Cheyenne fits into where they're going to be, they don't want to be on the East Coast, come to Cheyenne, go back to the East Coast. So summertime is really a challenge. If you're Houston or one of those, it probably is a menu. Here's what we cost, because there's not a lot of demand for those artists. But during the summertime, there's tons of demand. So yeah, they do a great job getting us all booked up.
Yeah, if you're booking for Madison Square Garden, the routing might work. You're in New York City, you're in on the East Coast, but when you're in Cheyenne, Wyoming, if that artist isn't playing Denver the night before, the night after, it might be tough getting them out there. But Cheyenne Frontier Days does provide anchor dates for many other gigs around. You'll see that artist, they're on the stage at Cheyenne Frontier Days one night, and maybe they're in Casper or Idaho Falls.
North Dakota is one of the people that route with us a lot. So. Yeah, it's not easy at all. It's a painstaking thing to book artists, and sometimes you do really great, like this year, and sometimes it's maybe not as great as you'd like it to be. But I think they do a great job trying to get us the best artists we can. And there's a handful of those artists that we can't touch. You get into the Luke Combs, Morgan Wallen, George Strait, Garth. The only way they come and play here is if it's something special, because those guys are getting $2 to $3 million at a minimum a show, and we don't have the capacity to pull that off with those artists. So but typically they'll talk to us, then they always say, we're going to come, but we're filling these big stadiums right now, and so we got to keep doing that. So I don't blame them.
They're in residency in Las Vegas. I know there are some upper tier acts that, they all cost a ton, which is why it's so important to be ahead of it in their career to anticipate, this act is really going to be busting out summer of 2026.
Well, then you got like the Spear in Vegas that's booking these artists that basically, if you book at the Spear, they pay you an enormous amount of money, but they also tell you can't play anywhere else for a year. So, it's hard to compete with that.
It's tough to do the whole entertainment aspect of Cheyenne Frontier Days. You got to pay a lot of money, and you got to hope they want to come. It's not nearly as tough getting the rodeo contestants. Oh man, do they want to come to CFD? Big payday at the window, and just the prestige of Cheyenne Frontier Days. You're going to have the best of the best there.
So this year is the first time Cheyenne Frontier Days is adding $1 million of their own money to the rodeo.
Oh,
well, that's about a $300,000 increase over what we did last year. So it's. We know that's certainly our marquee event is the rodeo. That's why we're the daddy of them all.
That's right. Let's talk about. I want to talk about Shoot 9, Morning Star, all that. But this PRCA thing now, it's too late to incorporate that in this year's marketing materials, and it's too early to call it a done deal. But are you thinking about it in your mind? Are you saying, one day if this comes to be, there's so many partnerships or potential cooperation with PRCA being headquartered, the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame Museum. I mean, that's the dream. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, I think we are. I mean, we've talked about this for years about, we had this Trail Guide to the Future where we had this Imagineer from Disney come in and kind of talk to us about where we're going to be in the next 25, 30 years. And one of the questions he asked us is, how many people do you want? And that's a hard thing to because we can only do so much on our 83-acre park. So what it takes is other things within the community that draw people to Cheyenne Frontier Days. And this definitely would be a great feather in the cap to have the Hall of Fame. So if you want to come to the rodeo, you can also hit the Hall of Fame at the same time at our museums downtown. I mean, the Morning Star, we really become a cultural center. And I think we live up to the live the legend Cheyenne. I mean, it really does. And year round, it turns into that. So yeah, it's exciting. I hope the PRCA deals, like you said, it's not a done deal. There's a lot of details to work out to bring them here. So there's still some work to be done.
Every venue in America, whether it's a football stadium, a baseball park, these sky boxes, luxury places to sit and enjoy the sport, that's become pretty ordinary. That's like you got to have that stuff. It's par for the course. It's expected now. Let's talk about Shoot 9. It's pretty fancy. You ready to go?
It's incredible. I mean, it's going to be a phenomenal place. And you're right. That's what people want is, that VIP experience is just growing and growing all the time. But when you're talking about that, all the luxury boxes and all the stuff that are done at other venues, one of the things that I don't think people really understand about Cheyenne Frontier Days is we fund everything on this park. There's no taxpayer dollars that have ever gone into this park. And I think we may be the only one that's like that. Every place else that has a rodeo, the fairgrounds are either city, county, state, and they're maintained that way. We've got to maintain our own. So we have to be very precise about things that we're going to build here have to generate some kind of revenue to, of course, to pay for themselves. So, we went 25 years without building a thing at this park. And now it's just with Morningstar, which is going to be incredible. That skybox experience over Shoot 9 where it spans our track. I mean, it's going to change the face of our rodeo for sure.
Tom Herszig, CEO of Cheyenne Frontier Days. I had never thought about that. Everything is self-sustaining there. That's not taxpayer money at Cheyenne Frontier Days. That's important to remember. Keep that in the back of your mind. Regarding Morningstar and the whole incorporation of Native American culture, Indian culture, whether it's the relay races, I love that, or Morningstar. I'm so glad you're doing this. This is a perfect fit. This is the right thing to do, and it's super popular.
Well, I mean, we're so thankful to have people that wanted to, to build this Indian village, and it's really grown beyond our, I think that's the reason the Horse Nation came to us and said they wanted to bring their World Championship relay racing to Cheyenne because that's part of it. And, you talk to people across the country, we are, where we live, we're used to like reservations and the Native American population. Like we were down in San Antonio at the rodeo talking to their volunteers about our Native American village, and they were just amazed. They're like, wow, that's incredible, because they're not exposed to that kind of population very often. And so a lot of them want to come see the pageantry and the traditional things that the village brings to our culture. And yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Well, when you're called the daddy of them all, you don't sit on your laurels. You got to keep getting better and bigger, whether you're adding a day to the rodeo or adding a feature like the Morningstar or the relay races. You're always growing, always thinking about the next thing. I love that. Big picture stuff should be in place by now because we're almost here in July. Now it's just parking everybody and getting you fed.
That's right. Keep those good rumors coming, okay?
I will. Ella Langley, she's got a day off. I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm with you.
Her and Riley singing that song. Dang, it sounds good. Tom, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back. Aaron Brown, Highway Patrol, next.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the capital in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show, back from break, and we get right back into the Zoom room. It's Aaron Brown, Wyoming Highway Patrol. Aaron, how's everything today?
Good morning, sir. How you doing today? I'm doing great. It has been a warm week. It is not warm today.
Little chill.
But it is a little chilly, especially down here in Cheyenne. We're looking at about 33 degrees after getting up to 80 yesterday. But we're right back into it this weekend. So actually, I came in loaded today, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I apologize for not letting you know earlier. I was sick all week. I've had some sort of cold, buggy thing.
Yeah.
In combination with juniper blooming out there, which has been driving me nuts.
So you have a total nasal attack, I'm sure. And
oh yeah,
just don't let it get down into your lungs. Because this year, whether it's that flu or the crud or whatever, it's like the boomerang one. You think it's gone and it's not. And then you're coughing for weeks. Yeah, you got to get ahead of it, man.
I was fortunate. We used ye old neti pot and just take care of that. And so far it's been working on a daily basis. So the headache's gone. That's the big one for me. The headache's gone. So anyway, I came in because we've had a really warm start to spring. And we had a really warm winter. I've said it before. We basically just had the longest November in history.
Right.
And we have had a very warm spring. Now, some folks are saying we might have a wet summer. That'd be awesome. But that being said, because of that warmth, we're not just going to see travelers on our highways. We're going to see, or as a old timer writer would call them facetiously, cage dwellers. But we're going to see motorcycles out there a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And so one thing I wanted to talk about to start off with is for people who are maybe have been out of riding for a while and want to get back in, or you are interested in getting out there and riding, Wyoming has some amazing scenery and some amazing back road highways to get out there on. I ride a smaller CC motorcycle myself, so I don't go on the interstate. I go on the back roads. But a lot of amazing roads out here, whether it's off-road, dirt road, pavement, doesn't matter. I do want to remind people, WYDOT's 2026 semester for the motorcycle safety program starts in April. And for residents, that's only $50. Now, you look at something like a major motorcycle dealer doing a lesson, you're talking $200 to $300. And WYDOT will provide often the helmets, the motorcycles, the class for $50. And you can't beat it. It's a lot of fun and you're going to learn a lot. That being said, I wanted to go over some things to be aware of for those who are riding. They've had their motorcycles put away for the winter. Maybe not. It was a warm winter, but they've had it probably put away. If you don't mind, I just wanted to talk about some reminders before you really get started out there, starting with the fact that it's still early spring. There's lots of sand still on the roads, and we need to be watching that, because if you take a turn, you lean too much, you're going to wipe out.
Good point. I know. Does WIDA? I know in city streets we make an attempt to go with the sweeper and deal with all that winter sand that got put down. On interstates, do they even do that? Because you will encounter loose gravel, sand.
I don't know that we do. I'm not going to say we don't. I can't speak for WIDOT myself, being highway patrol, I believe, but we may. But for the most part, you're talking about Wyoming wind and traffic. That's probably going to help clear a lot of that off.
Yeah.
It will marble up, though, come spring. And so it'll gather in kind of piles, especially in intersections.
Yeah. And it's as bad as snow or ice. I mean, if you get leaning on your wheels, that bike will scoot out from under you.
The other thing is, especially in colder regions of Wyoming, you're going to have that typical spring freeze-thaw cycle where you're just going to be cold at night, warm in the day, or have a really cold week, really warm week. And that means it's pothole season. And that can wreak havoc on just the roads, but also it can wreak havoc on a motorcycle. It can break your wheels if you're not careful.
Yeah.
So just keep an extra eye out. So make sure you're watching for that black ice, that melt, the potholes. And remember that it's been an entire winter. It's been winter. It's been a beautiful winter. But if you weren't riding, and a ton of people were riding, that means your fellow car drivers have probably forgotten you exist.
And they don't see you when they're looking for you.
Exactly.
You got to keep that in mind. You are invisible. You got to ride that way. You're invisible. Yeah, the cars do not see you. So
going by how you're talking, I got to ask, do you ride?
No.
Okay.
But
you're talking like you did, so I'm like, oh, hey.
No, but I've heard the message enough, and
yeah.
I have caught myself saying, "Oh my goodness, I never saw that guy. I never saw that motorcycle."
Right. It's easy. It's so easy. Look twice rule. Remind drivers that motorcycle speed and distance, they're harder to judge with motorcycles. So if you see a headlight, just wait a little extra beat. If you see just one headlight, it might be, one of those, I can't remember what we call them, funny name for them, but
Cyclops
a one headlight.
car.
Yeah. But it may just be a motorcycle as well. And finally, wildlife. It's spring. Wildlife is on the move. And so be aware. And you're not a big pickup truck. You're not a sedan. You are a motorcycle. And the deer might lose, but so will you.
Yep. That potential collision way worse. I know some, and you shouldn't, but I know some pickup drivers with the big cattle guard on the front. They almost ride like they don't care if I do hit a mule deer. Well, but in a motorcycle, you got to figure you're going to get the losing end of that deal, or worst a draw. But yeah, it's not going to end pretty.
Wildlife can have a adverse effect on any motorcyclist. I can give you kind of a anecdote, if you will. A fellow writer that actually works with me here at WYDOT told me a story once. When he was younger, he was riding to a motorcycle rally in Nebraska, and he was on the interstate, going interstate speeds, and they had a flock of starlings fly over the highway. Now, birds you think might get out of the way. These birds did not. And next thing you know, he's getting clunked on the helmet by all these birds. And then he just feels this really sharp pain. And he pulls over, feels like he got the wind knocked out of him, feels like he has like the sharp pain right in here. And they take his jacket off. And one of the gals riding with him was a nurse. She comes over, takes a look. Why are you bleeding? And so he takes his jacket off, and clunk, they pull a beak out of his chest. And so yeah, wildlife of any sort can be a deadly projectile, and you're the exact same thing to them. So just keep an eye out for that moving wildlife as they're migrating, as they're foraging, especially at dawn and dusk.
You might feel fortunate that it was only an avian arrow, but instead of a big bull elk. But either way, you do not want to hit stuff at speed.
No, you do not.
Yikes.
And my last reminder is, of course, I know Wyoming is a non-helmet state, and there's some folks that look at a helmet as a restriction on freedom.
Yeah.
But it's going to save your head. There are so many crashes where we can see a helmet would have saved a life.
Yeah.
There are some instances, especially if you're riding stupid, helmet's not going to do you any good. Going too fast, too reckless. But there are cases, especially when it's a one vehicle issue, like a slide or something like that, a helmet is absolutely going to save your life. They save lives all the time. It is the seatbelt of a motorcycle.
It is the height of irony where you see some cyclists understand and will leather up head to toe for road rash in case they have to put a bike down, yet they won't wear a helmet. It's the same concept that, like, the head, man, that's what's going to do you in. Never mind the road burn.
Absolutely. And a little bit of that's a culture thing.
Yeah.
And so we're kind of fighting the culture on that, but it is definitely important to wear that headgear, wear that leather up gear, or even if it's hot out, your mesh gear with armor, making sure you're dressing for the slide, not the ride.
Ah, good. There's your meme for you on highway patrol. Also, with the coming of spring, or straight to summer, it looks like for some of us, it's a good reminder that, guess what? The more traffic situation, more traffic fatalities and traffic in general, it's not winter. Winter presents its own set of challenges for motorists, but it's summer is when you see the uptick in accidents and fatalities.
Absolutely. Especially summer. We'll see that big uptick. We saw our fair share of fatalities this winter. This winter was a little rough starting off. I think a lot of it was such a mild winter that when it did hit, people weren't ready for it. They didn't prepare. They didn't. What have we always talked about here? We've always talked about, hey, we need to make sure we're planning for this stuff.
Yep.
Need to make sure we are planning and getting that out there, and planning ahead for our trip. So people weren't ready for it. It hit. And so now we're looking at spring. Spring is kind of the same way. March and April are the snowiest months in Wyoming. So we're not out of the woods yet. We could still get a snowstorm any day, anytime, and it could be a big one.
Yeah.
So be ready. And then when summer comes, it's beautiful. It's nice. You can still have some wind, but other than that, it's going to be warm and it's easy to let your guard down. And speed and inattention are the two big causes we'll usually see with crashes. You don't need weather to cause a crash. It's a lot of times it is that excessive speed and inattention that gets us, especially in summer when it's so nice out and so easy just to kind of relax.
Yeah, do not lose focus. Remember, you're driving maybe a half-ton missile, and it's easy with today's technology and some of these nice vehicles. You got a brand new SUV. You don't get a sense you're doing 80 miles an hour. Roll the window down and just get a reminder that you're moving very fast in a very heavy vehicle, and just focus, man. Get the phone, whatever it is. Focus. Maybe the good news is Highway Patrol will not have to respond to as much stuff in the coming months, because at $5.50 for a gallon of diesel, who can afford to drive, Aaron? Holy
My
cow.
goodness, it is getting expensive out there for sure.
I mean, what about fueling? That's a budget hit for the department, I would imagine. Just your men and women out there patrolling costs more to do that. The cost of business.
You know what? It's the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
It'll happen. Prices go up in summer anyway.
Yeah.
It's just kind of what happens. For those who are complaining about the gas prices, I hear you. It is nasty. We have nothing to do with it, obviously.
Right.
But personally, I don't speak for Highway Patrol for this. I don't represent Highway Patrol saying this. This is my own opinion. Take the motorcycle class.
Okay.
I mean, I'm getting about 70 miles per gallon on my bike. So
Aaron brings it back to the the motorcycle thing. Yeah, take it back. Yeah, the motorcycle class, you won't find a better, more affordable way to get tuned up for your bike ride this spring and summer.
It's only $50 to get that safety class down.
Easy. Hey, have a great, safe weekend, Aaron.
You too, sirs. Drive safe out there.
I will. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Aaron Brown, Wyoming Highway Patrol, and just chatting about motorcycle stuff. You're going to be seeing more and more motorcycle traffic out there for sure. And yeah, if you ride, take the necessary precautions. Remember, for some of us, many of us, it's not all muscle memory. Getting on the bike again in spring is, you may not be a frequent rider, and so you got to get up to speed on everything. And then for the rest of us four-wheel folks, it's so easy not to see the two-wheel crowd. Be attentive, be expecting motorcycle traffic out there as we get into spring and summer. I've already seen the bikes come out because it's been that kind of winter. All right, 3 hours down, 1 to go on the finally Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Final hour coming up. Right after we break for news, Senator Bob Ide will be with us. Nathan Doerr as well. More coming up. Stay with us. Time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Cheyenne junior high school teacher seen on a video on his knees in front of a female student telling her that, quote, "I did something very wrong," unquote, has been removed from the classroom. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the district attorney's office is reviewing the case.
The district attorney has said that, yes, we do have that. We haven't made a decision yet. They're reviewing it. However, in following up with some parents with students at the school, especially one who has a student in that person's class, the parent told me that this teacher is no longer teaching at the school.
The video of the incident was posted to multiple social media pages and elicited strong responses from parents that ranged from anger with the teacher for allegedly putting his hands on a student to speculation about what the girl might have done to provoke the situation. The Platte County Attorney's Office has nearly doubled the possible penalties for a Wyoming reporter accused of forging exhibits in an environmental case tied to her staunch opposition to a wind farm. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the 10 new counts against April Marie Morganroth allege that she convinced her landlords that she'd been approved for a home loan to buy their property.
We are now up to 20 felony charges. And this case affidavit is different. It focuses on her allegedly offering proof that she had loans and grants secured to improve and strike a deal with this home that she was looking at. On the one hand, she's accused of running this deception campaign with the Industrial Siting Council while opposing a wind project. On the other hand, she's accused of tricking these homeowners into believing that she had secured a loan toward the home and grants to improve it. So different matters.
Hamilton was already facing 10 felony charges in a March 9th Wheatland Circuit Court case as she's accused of submitting forged documents and lying under oath before the Wyoming Industrial Siting Council. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Here's another driving safety tip from WYDOT. Put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. Focus on the road, not your cell phone or your car's radio. This has been another driving safety tip from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name is Joanne, and I'm a mom of 6 here in Casper, Wyoming. When you raise a family here, you don't just think about today, you think about the future, where your kids will build their lives and where your grandkids might grow up. What worries me is that my kids will have to leave Wyoming to find good, high-paying jobs. That's why Build Wyoming matters to me. Data center jobs are high-quality, high-paying jobs, the kind that give families a real reason to stay and build a future here. Give our kids and grandkids a reason to stay, and they will.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 15-year-old Texas boy sold his champion pig for a record $505,000 at the Houston Livestock Show. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that Wyoming FFA's Stacy Broda says, although the money's always fun, raising livestock is more about teaching responsibility.
Mabry himself will take home less than 10% of those earnings, which still isn't a bad thing. It's such a public show and just a positive experience for these kids who participate in these agricultural programs.
The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is the largest livestock show in the world. This year's junior auction sales brought in a staggering $35 million, money that largely goes toward agricultural education and scholarships. The Conservative Political Action Conference has confused which Frank Chapman of Wyoming is speaking at its Texas event this week. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that they're promoting the Frank who's running for U.S. House, but credit him wrongly with being Wyoming's first public defender in 1978, when he was 10 years old.
CPAC is a massive conservative group that was touting Frank Chapman, a Teton County rancher, as one of its speakers at a conservative event throughout this week. And they talk about him being a rancher and having a ranch in Moran. And those things are correct. But then they call him the first public defender of Wyoming. Had he been appointed public defender in 1978, he would have been about 10 at that time. And, you know, they talk about him having a personal injury defense practice. Those sound more like the older Frank Chapman of Kelly, Wyoming, who's still in private practice, who's 75 years old.
CPAC's Wednesday Post advertised the congressional candidate as a, quote, confirmed speaker, unquote, for the CPAC USA 2026 event in Grapevine, Texas. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
You have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Let's get Renee Jean in here. It's a finally Friday of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Renee, your story about The Revenant, which I love the movie. It's one of the few movies I own. I bought it when it came out. Yeah. And so I just did last night, not knowing you had written this story. I just did download it to my iPad so I could watch it while I travel, because I'm heading to Mexico, and I haven't watched it in a long time.
Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico.
Stop the presses. What are you going to be doing in Mexico?
Nothing. A whole lot of nothing.
Oh, that's my favorite kind of vacation.
Definitely.
People ask me, what are you doing for vacation? And I'm like, absolutely nothing.
It's that's what it's for. It's to recharge the battery.
Right?
Yeah, I've done the whale watching. I've done the things you're supposed to do when you go there. This is just going to be like sit by the pool and bring me another Modelo. Yes, I'm going to be.
Modelo's your drink of choice, huh?
Well, down there, I'm a Shiner beer guy. God bless Texas. I love Shiner. But even though you're sort of close to Texas, I can't get the Shiner, so I go to Modelo. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fun. I hope you have a great time.
Well, thanks. You won't have me to kick around anymore, but you will be. You'll be on with Jeff, who's going to cover for me. He's really good. He's fun.
Yeah. Don't get caught up in any U.S. drug raids while you're there.
Yeah, no cartel business. Yes, believe me, I always have my eye on the headline. But where I go, it's one of the, exclusive gated resorts. There's no riffraff.
No funny monkey business there.
No, I do not get off the reservation. I stand, like I said, I'm like right by the pool. Nothing good. There's no drug cartel activity at the pool. Like, no. Yeah, I'm excited. So The Revenant, I love. It reminds me, I was talking about how it fits into my motion picture history, and it reminds me of The Martian, and it reminds me of the movie that's out now that everybody's talking about that I went to see, Project Hail Mary, which you should go see, Renee, if you haven't.
I flagged it. When it comes out on Netflix, I'm all over it.
Oh, it's so good. And it's like character driven by basically a monologue. It's like 2 hours of one dude, The Revenant, and it's 2 hours of Hugh Glass. Man, I could sign up for that. Many folks may not know who. I think Hugh came from Philadelphia. They may not know that Mountain Man, one of the lesser known. Jim Bridger gets the headlines, but Hugh Glass has an amazing story to tell, and it's in The Revenant, and it wasn't Hollywood that told the story. It was a Wyomingite first.
Well, so yeah, not a lot has been written about Hugh Glass, but he was a legend in his own time. Made himself famous by crawling back after a grizzly bear attack. His companions, which included the famous mountain man Jim Bridger, a young Jim Bridger. Okay, he was not the senior guy.
Yeah,
the senior guy was a John Fitzgerald. But they left him for dead. They took all his belongings. They didn't think he would survive. They were supposed to stay with him until he died. But they were afraid because the Rikara had already attacked their party once. They were afraid that tribe would come back and then there would be 3 dead men instead of just 1. And so the older guy in the party, John Fitzgerald, was like, we should just take this guy's stuff and leave. He's not going to survive and we don't want to be dead too. And Jim Bridger, reluctantly, he didn't really want to leave the guy there. He didn't agree with it, but he was the younger guy on the team. So they did, that's what they did. And Glass survived, and he was so mad about them leaving him behind. He credits that with his survival. He was so mad. He was determined to take revenge. He couldn't believe that they would just leave him like that. And he intended to kill them. That was his intent. But of course, John Fitzgerald was a member of the Army. The Army protects its own. And he had to settle for getting his equipment back. We don't know why he didn't kill Jim Bridger. Jim wasn't in the Army, so he could have. But, probably just... in the moment, he wanted to do that, but when confronted with the actuality of it, he didn't. He ultimately didn't. Well, even though the movie says that he did. The liberties taken in the movie, they created a child, a Pawnee child for Hugh Glass. They had him kill John Fitzgerald, poor John.
Right. But yes, in real life, Hugh Glass did, for whatever reason, show mercy in the end when he confronted maybe for Bridger it was because, hey, he's just a kid. He didn't know what he was doing. Maybe Hollywood took liberties with the birthplace of Hugh Glass, not Philadelphia, Scranton. Sorry. But the story, certainly the real life story of Hugh Glass was out and around in Mountain Man diaries. We knew of the story, but it needed to be told the way authors tell a story. And I just love the work that Michael Punk did with it.
Not in any detail, and that was key to the success of this story. If there had been a lot of nonfiction detail, it's harder to write these historical fiction pieces. You can't make as much stuff up.
Yes. Darn.
But this story had all the big arcs that it needed, the dramatic, survival, the comeback, the revenge moment.
Yeah.
All the stuff of Hollywood. So I don't know why Hollywood felt they needed to change it, but that's what Hollywood does. But I thought what's most interesting here and what people will really like to know is just how much Wyoming is in this movie. The book that inspired it is written by a guy who was born in Lovell, raised in Torrington. He spent his summers at Fort Laramie immersed in 1870s Wyoming history, firing off mountain howitzer cannons, baking bread, wearing a cavalry suit. This guy put all kinds of Wyoming into his book. His dad would take him on walks in the woods. His mom loved history. So really, a lot of what's in that movie, the characterization of the outdoors as a character, that's Wyoming.
Yeah. And maybe the realism captured by Michael Punk because he's Wyoming and he took time to learn like this real life stuff. I don't know if that's got translated to the director and the movie, The Revenant. But what I did understand in learning about that movie is anyone who was in it, including DiCaprio, right? He was Hugh Glass. They hated filming it in the end because it was very, very real. They did not film a lot of studio stuff. They filmed in actual winter, which meant they had because of the light of day, they had like a 3-hour day to shoot every day, like very little time. And it was cold. DiCaprio was cold all the time. He said, I was freezing cold the entire movie. And when they ran out of winter where they were in Canada or whatever in North America, they ran out of winter and the movie wasn't done yet. The director packed up the whole dog and pony show and they went to South America to get more winter in. They finished the movie down in South America where winter was just starting. It was, when you watch the movie, you feel cold all the time and you feel every bit of what Hugh Glass must have felt in a battle of survival, getting through the Arikari or what was that Indian race? They were nasty to white people. You thought the grizzly bear was your enemy. They were no fun either. Just a tale of survival, first told by Michael Punk, a Wyoming guy. Incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, first told, it's probably in newspaper accounts of the day. That would have provided Michael with a little bit of material here and there. But first told in the modern era, and this was definitely a story that wasn't well known, one that deserved highlighting. Another one that I hope to see somebody write about someday. Maybe it'll be Michael Punk as Jim Baker. This is another one with, he did dramatic things, unbelievable things as a young mountain man in Wyoming. Every bit, and Jim Bridger, Kit Carson, both of them touted him as every bit their equal, yet they have all the fame because when Ned Buntline came along and wanted to do a biography of Jim Baker, he was like, nope. Don't care about it.
This sounds like something for Renee Jean. You could retire on the royalties from this book and movie. Renee,
maybe. I bet Thermopylae-like odds in Wyoming. He fought them off. He saved his company. He too has survived grizzly bear attacks, and that's a story I mean to write someday for Cowboy State Daily. But he picked a fight with a grizzly bear. Him and another mountain man guy had a dare going, and he picked a fight with these two grizzly bears, right? Well, the other guy was like, I'm not getting involved in that. So he ended up fighting off two grizzly bears.
Gee whiz.
Two of them.
Mountain men, they're cut of a different mold, man. You're not going to find any modern day mountain men. Let's go to Upton, Wyoming, where for the first time we're processing rare earths. Now we're digging up rare earths, whatever those are, but we haven't been processing them until Upton. And I see in your story, Renee, the photo. Let me share the photo because I think Upton's in need of a new tagline. Upton, the best town on earth. I think we got to change that now to Upton, the best earth on earth. They're doing some rare earths. Just a little tip from me if you wanted to change the water tower.
I don't know. We got to play with that a little. We got to work the word rare in there.
Yes. Yeah. I think you're
Best town with rare earth.
Rarest town on earth, or I don't know. They need a new tagline, but that's an exciting facility. It's not gigantic, but for Upton, I mean, compared to Upton, which is not gigantic, it's something of note.
Well, it's not the size of the facility that matters here, though. It's what they're doing with it. You know, a brand new process that will be cheaper, more cost effective to make processing rare earth in America economically feasible. Right now, the Chinese have kind of flooded the market. They're keeping that price low, and they're doing that to keep the competition away. If you can't make money on something, it's awfully hard to start a company producing that product. And so having a cheaper process, one that can undercut the price that the Chinese have been artificially keeping the market at, that is just crucial to having a domestic source of these minerals. And it's happening in little old tiny town Upton, Wyoming. You know, we think of them as a quiet town, good living, best town on earth. That's their motto. But now they are doing something that could be game changing for the entire nation.
Yeah.
And it's happening right here in a tiny town in Wyoming, which I think is remarkably cool.
The global scale innovation of what this is, that's important. This is a first step in rare earth processing, and Upton leading the way. Who would have thought, Renee?
There are 3 or 4 places in America right now that are trying to create a new process, a cheaper process. Upton is one of them. It's just remarkable that Wyoming has one of those places.
Let's change gears to
one of the other points I'll make about this story, Jake. Wyoming has so many things that it mines, but it always sends them out to other states, and all the value, the extra value add, gets put on in those other states. And that means we're missing out on a huge slice of the economic pie here in Wyoming that could be supporting people with high paying jobs. So the second part of that is game changing for Wyoming, because this company wants to set up a manufacturing site there in Upton that I'm told would employ about 300 people. So things are cooking in Northeast Wyoming.
And similarly, I'm reminded of the whole process of uranium to nuclear energy and Wyoming's ability to do all that in-house, so to speak. The enrichment of uranium, the yellow cake process, that had to be shipped out of state and still does. But what if we could dig up uranium, process it here, and then shove it into a nuke plant in terra firma and do it all right here in state?
Yeah, that's a multi-year. I've talked to people about whether that's possible in Wyoming. It's a multi-year thing. It's not going to happen overnight. And I think one problem there is there are already places in the country that do that. So it's just cheaper to ship it there than it is to start from scratch. But, we did have a company that looked at something like that. It's still possible. It's still a dream. It would be another way to kind of help diversify. Once you get one manufacturing thing going in the state, it creates a baseline and infrastructure for more. And so, it's like a glass ceiling. You got to break through first.
Yeah. We just had Cheyenne Frontier Days CEO Tom Herszig on last hour, and we touched a little bit on this new exciting news. A lot of excitement coming for CFD, including Shoot 9, the addition of that and the VIP experience, adding another day to the rodeo, the night lineup, the music acts are going to be fun. And Morningstar, I can't wait for the unveiling of Morningstar and all things Indian, Native American. And it seems like a perfect fit to then segue to this Indian relays, a sport that is, if you've seen it, dates back hundreds of years, and it is crazy to watch. It's fun. And it's coming to CFD, the championships.
I'm looking forward to that. can't wait to see it. I've been told that it's exciting. I just haven't ever gotten to experience it, but I suppose that probably this summer I will get to do that.
Yeah, I hope so. You got to get there for that. So what? I mean, they have an Indian relay event as part of YO Sheridan, the rodeo up there. Casper has traditionally hosted this Super Bowl of Indian relay races, but now it's locating to Cheyenne.
Yeah, so they just outgrew Casper. You know, this sport, the Indian relay, has just grown so much. They've doubled in the last decade. They needed a new home. They already knew where they wanted to go. They told me they didn't even do any shopping. They wanted to be at the Frontier Park, where Cheyenne Frontier Days, Daddy of them all rodeo, is every year. And then Tom tells me they're going to preview. They'll have a Indian relay certified race as part of CFD this year. So that's going to be exciting. I thought it was interesting when Tom told me, he doesn't say this about very many things, but Indian relay is on par in excitement with Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Yeah.
That says a lot for Tom Herszig, the CEO of Cheyenne Frontier Days, to say Indian relay is just as exciting as CFD. Wow.
Yes.
Stop the presses.
Because Tom brags all the time about how we do rodeo different in Cheyenne Frontier Days, and it is fast paced. Anybody who's seen a rodeo somewhere else, when they see Cheyenne Frontier Days, they're like, whoa. There's no time to breathe. It's just high energy. So yeah, if you got another event that can match that, it must be something.
Yep, it's going to be interesting. It's just a fistful of feathers lately for Cheyenne's Western hat too. With the PRCA coming here, locating in a new Western culture destination that they're going to build at Hitchings Post Park. Between Little America and Gateway Swan Ranch, that's going to become a cultural Western destination. Then the Indian relay is coming here, and I can't wait to see how they're going to transport all those dang statues from the PRCA to Cheyenne, Wyoming. That's going to be interesting.
Well, that sounds like another story, Renee Jean. Yeah, the actual moving of all those statues. Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
But it's exciting things. The Indian relay, for the Cowboy State to incorporate India, the Cowboy and Indian State. I think that's important. That's a narrative that needs to be retold and told the right way.
Renaming Wyoming the Cowboy and Indian State?
Renee, I'm doing a lot today. I'm renaming Upton's marketing tagline. I'm doing a whole bunch. Yes.
Oh, you really are like Pinky in the Brain.
I didn't think of that. Okay, Pinky in the Brain. I'll take that. Renee, have a great weekend.
Yeah.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show. Take a break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a finally Friday. And just to balance things out, to make sure we don't become too political, who needs that much politics? And just to make sure, can there ever be too much rodeo? Probably not. But we're going to go to art, man. We're going to talk all things art. And Nathan Doerr is with us and the Capital Art Project. And by the way, mark that on your calendar. You've got through August to see it, August 8th. And then we
August 8th.
Okay, and then we take it away. Let's recap for folks who weren't with us. We had you on earlier to talk about the whole project and what it is you'll see at the Governor's Capital Art Exhibition. Just to quickly recap, give me the numbers of how many different pieces from how many different artists and how it all got there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning.
We had a tremendous turnout for this year's Governor's Capital Art Exhibition as far as entries and as far as pieces that were selected for inclusion in the show. We had nearly 400 entries from artists all across the state. We brought in an out-of-state juror to go through and do the difficult task of narrowing those down to the pieces that appear in the exhibition that you see today. And that includes 62 pieces from 53 Wyoming artists. And last time I was on, we were really encouraging folks to vote for their People's Choice Award winner. And then a few weeks after that, we had the announcements, and we had incredible turnout from the public, both online and in person, for voting for People's Choice. And I wish I could remember the number of votes cast in all, but it was a huge number. And that People's Choice Award ended up going to Alexandra Hansen out of Aladdin for her piece, Walk the Line. It was an incredible night at the reception. We acknowledged, of course, all of the artists who participated, whether it was just via entry or who were selected into the show. And then we put forth 7 awards that night. So exciting time.
Wow. So wait, who got the People's Choice out of Aladdin?
Alexandra Hansen.
Way to go, Alexandra. I'm flipping through some photos of what I assume was that opening gala. Oh, yeah, there's the governor.
Sure. Yeah, she had a great piece that, especially online, was getting a lot of reminiscent comments. Folks remembering her piece depicts a clothesline out in a field. And a lot of folks were reminiscing about being at their grandparents' house, smelling the laundry, hanging out on the line. Great nostalgia in those comments.
Isn't that funny how visual can invoke some other sense for you? Like for many people, they hear a song and that all of a sudden they can feel the time they first heard the song, and you look at a piece of art and you can smell the laundry. Oh, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you really captured something when you do that. Tiny Aladdin. So in this curation of this art exhibit, to be qualified, you have to be a Wyoming resident, an artist?
Correct. Yep. Living and working in Wyoming, yeah.
Okay. And but the piece, the actual art, I mean, it would behoove you, I guess, to be somewhat Wyoming and Western, but you have all different kind of works. You probably from contemporary to, your traditional landscape.
Absolutely. Yeah. A little bit of everything. And that's the fun of it. And that's the fun of every exhibition. So this is a biennial exhibition. We have a different juror each time. And so the selection of pieces really changes from exhibition to exhibition.
Since February, this has been viewable. It's been hanging. I won't say all hanging. There are also sculptures, yes?
Absolutely. There are a good number of 3D pieces they're distributed throughout the exhibition.
And it's the public can view any of this at the Capitol Gallery Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. until August 8th. And then what happens? Where does the artwork go after?
Great question. So we a few different things. So we purchased for the Capitol Art Collection 4 pieces. Those are selected through a voting process, and those pieces get added to or are added to the Capitol Art Collection. And that's the collection that I then rotate through the offices of the participating statewide elected officials and state agencies who participate in the museum's Capitol Art program. And then there are pieces that are purchased by the general public. So those will go off into private collections after the exhibition closes. The museum will also go in towards the end of the exhibition and purchase a few pieces that go into the museum's permanent collection. So those would be pieces that go on exhibition in the museum and that really represent artists working and living in Wyoming today. And then the pieces that aren't purchased then are returned to the artists.
Nathan, just hearing from our sales team at Cowboy State Daily, they're going to need permission to use your quote that the People's Choice Award was very well voted on, probably because of your appearance on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Absolutely. We appreciate it.
Just thinking that might have something to do with it. So I don't know if you are prepared to speak on this, but I got sidetracked when I was looking at the website. I was trying to see some artwork, and I accidentally stopped in at the museum, and I saw these Earl Newell carvings of these miniature. It was so cool. I don't even know anything about Earl Newell, but it was pretty neat.
And that's a fantastic exhibit, and I wish I was prepared to talk more about it. I can. It's an exhibit, or it's a collection that comes out of Sheridan.
Yeah.
And it was a fun piece because I'm a native of Sheridan, and my first museum role was at the county museum up there for 7-8 years. And it was fun then coming down here in my first role with the State Museum as the Curator of Education. And a few years into that, the collections folks started talking about this Newell collection up in Sheridan. And I thought, hey, that sounds familiar. And what I knew of the collection was there was counties did, especially during the 70s, I think as part of the bicentennial, these really amazing history anthologies of the county history, detailing the families who had lived in those counties for times. And my only familiarity at the county museum up there about this Newell, these carvings were through that history book and seeing pictures of storefront windows decorated with these amazing carvings. So then to see them come to the State Museum's collection and see this great feature exhibit that's been up for several years now, really celebrating the amazing detail and the history that Newell documented essentially through those carvings. And that exhibit is going to start changing. So if folks haven't seen it, I would encourage them to come in the next few months and get a glimpse of it before those pieces go back into storage for long-term preservation.
Yeah. It's really cool, whether it's that or the history of the Molesworth furniture. Everybody knows the Thomas Molesworth Wagon 99. There's all kinds of fun things to see in the museum. This guy, Nathan, as a curator, you've been working your way up the hierarchy, starting in Sheridan, then Cody, of course. I mean, that is art mecca, and now the state capitol. Boy, where do you go from here?
Absolutely. I get used to this position and savor it. That's for sure. I realized this morning that I've been in museums in Wyoming now for 20 years, just over 20 years, and have had some really incredible life experiences at these institutions that I've worked with. But now to be in this role of Capitol Curator, the first ever to hold this position, and to explore the rotation of art and exhibits in the Capitol is truly an honor and something I'm excited to look well into the future with.
Nathan, curate my quick 3-minute visit. I have 3 minutes to visit the Governor's Capitol art exhibit. What is it? What excites you? What pieces, if I have limited time and you say, well, you can't miss this, what is it?
And that is a very tough challenge because the Capitol Interpretive Exhibits and Wayfinding Subcommittee has been working for the past 5 years on exhibits throughout the Capitol. So in addition to the Governor's Capitol Art Exhibition down in the gallery, there are amazing exhibits throughout the Capitol that if you haven't been to the Capitol, especially since the restoration project, these exhibits really help tell the incredible story of the Capitol. And so I would encourage you to visit the entire building, even if it's just a quick wander through the corridors, making your way down into the Capitol Gallery. And then the fun with that is those exhibits in the gallery, I am aiming to change those out about every 6 months. So lots of art, lots of history, celebrating Wyoming, coming into the Capitol on a regular basis. So just because you visited the Capitol once doesn't mean you shouldn't come back.
Yeah, and of course, art viewing can't be rushed. You take half a day, take your time, make sure you see it all. And that's what curators do, right? Is to cycle through all the stuff to make sure everything gets featured in a good way. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the goal is, this is the Capitol Gallery, and the exhibits in that space aren't intended to highlight specifically the state museum's collection. I'm working with institutions all across the state to really bring objects from across the state, artwork, photography from across the state into the gallery. So it's a lot of exciting potential.
Nathan's with us, Capitol Curator since 2024. And if the next time you find yourself in Cheyenne, maybe for Cheyenne Frontier Days on a rainy day, and there's one guaranteed somewhere in there, get into the Capitol building and go check out the museum and the Capitol art exhibit. Yeah.
Right.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thank you, Jake.
Appreciate you having you on. Let's do it again.
All right. Sounds great.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and Senator Bob Ide will be on right after this.
Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a finally Friday, final hour, final guest. We're right down to the end, and we saved the best for last. Senator Bob Ide is with us. Senator of District 29 since 2022. Who is District 29? Who's your people?
Good morning, Jake.
Good morning.
My people, my district constituents, West Casper takes in Mills, over the top of Casper Mountain out to Goose Egg, on your way to Rollins.
Okay.
That's where it is. Yeah.
So we have not had a chance, you and I, you on the show, to recap the legislative session, the 68th session, the budget. We've almost talked to just about everybody, every lawmaker. You didn't know that we were doing exit interviews on your experience. So we're keeping a scorecard. So let's do that. Overall, in general, the budget session, and we all know where we ended up, and it was close to the governor's rec, just a shade under $10 billion. How the two chambers got there were different. The Senate got there quicker and easier. The House took the long route and had to work a long Saturday as well. But give me an idea. Are you fairly satisfied when it comes to the dollars, the numbers, and where we ended up with a budget? I mean, we did it, and there's no special session. That's good news. Anything about it you didn't like, you want to redo on, or for the most part, you happy?
That's a good question. I'm on the rock rib conservative side of spending down there. I'm more of a libertarian leaning Republican with a little more laissez-faire. Let the free markets do their magic and get government as small as possible and get out of the way so we can grow the private sector. So I was a no vote on the budget, one of the few, and I'm glad we got a budget. There was a lot of spending in there that I tried to eliminate during discussion and debate, and I failed. I not to carry on, but the Rodeo Museum, the Cowboy Hall of Fame, I think I was the only member of the PRCA in both chambers, and I voiced against giving out taxpayer money for the PRCA, and we killed the bill, or the House did. We didn't in the Senate, but they killed it in the House on a tie vote. But they did an end run and got it in the budget. So that was a big, a lot of these corporate welfare handouts that were in the budget, I was strongly opposed to all of that. I think, intervention by the government into the private sector, we're there to protect life, liberty, and property, not be a venture capitalist giving out money to the taxpayer money through coercion to corporate entities. It's just not what we're supposed to do down there.
Yeah.
So all in all, I applaud my colleagues. The Appropriations Committee did a really good job trying to hold the line in there. on, the Wyoming Business Council. And we failed at that at the end. And, some grants to rare earths up in Upton or up in the northeast corner of the state, another 16 million. I mean, 10 million here, 20 million there. That's why eventually, if we don't stop that, we're going to end up with an income tax.
Oh,
yeah. So anyway, those are my comments there. I think the appropriations did a really good job trying to hold the line and keep government as small as we can, spending in particular. Yeah.
As you said, Senator, with that libertarian leaning of, trying to make sure you have a small, if not invisible government, keeping government out of the private sector and business, keeping government out of its own way, which is often a task that's pretty challenging. Given your vote and your opinion on the PRCA move and the headquarters, whether we need to salt the mine with 15 million of that, I can imagine. My next question was Business Council and how you felt about that, whether just reining them in or putting them on a 1-year budget instead of 2, and wanting to know way more about what they do and transparency. Or just eliminating the agency altogether. I mean, where are you with the Business Council?
Oh, that's. I'm glad you brought that up. The last thing you said there, it's eliminating the Business Council is entirely where I've always been from the time I got in and even before. It's just it's effectively a money laundering operation, a shell game. That is not the role of government. We're not there to extract money out of the taxpayers to hand out to corporate entities. That's just not the proper role of government. We're there, like I said, protect life, liberty, and property. Get out of the way. We're a referee. We make the laws, less regulation, less taxes. That's why they should come to Wyoming, not because they walk into a room with a $3,000 suit and ask for corporate welfare. That's effectively what it is.
Mm.
Yeah.
How about the recalibration? Finally got that done with siloing. It was, some are happy with it. Some still have heartburn. We did get education K through 12 funded. Are you happy or not about what was the outcome there? I'm glad we did finish it up. That was a busy budget session, and to tack that onto it, that was a challenge to get it all done in 22 days or whatever. What do you think about funding education in Wyoming?
That's a tough subject, obviously. Recalibration, I sort of followed that through the interim. Had a good couple of allies on there. It failed the first time over in the House by a vote. So we made round 2 of that out of the Senate. I think they called it number 2 on the bill. And we needed to do something to satisfy the courts. And hopefully that was the mechanism to do that. I think we started off maybe with a constitutional amendment that failed. We're kind of have our hands tied with the Constitution on how to fund these schools. So they end up in the courts, and then they legislate from the bench on what we need to spend. And, I voted for that bill because we needed to do something to stay out of court. But we've got big problems. I mean, we fund our cost per pupil is over $20,000 per pupil. Our neighbors to the west are half. Idaho, Utah, we've got big problems there, and they need to be fixed. You hear a lot of conversation about our rural business model. Well, Idaho and Utah are pretty rural too. They do have some big city concentration there to maybe get some economies of scale, but we need to really do some heavy lifting on how we're funding the education system here in this state.
Let's change gears to gold. We're talking to did I call you Senator?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because maybe were you a representative when you sponsored the whole Gold Act?
No, but I think a lot of the articles that get written, they'll reference me as representative.
Yeah.
They get it wrong. Yeah, I think even Cowboy State Daily did once. It's not a big deal. We're all in the legislature, but no, I've never been in the House of Representatives.
Okay, that it confused me for a moment. Senator Bob Ide, Republican Casper. Let's talk about the gold, the $10 million in gold. You sponsored this effort, and we, from what I understand, and I did ask Governor Gordon, where is the gold? Well, way back when he said, Jake, if I told you, I'd have to kill you. I thought maybe it was in his office somewhere. And then I was wondering, is it an investment in gold, or is it actual gold? Like, can I go put my hands on it? Tell me why it is important to be divest a little bit in our asset portfolio. And we all know the dollar can do funny things. And we've heard about, our stable coin, Bitcoin, but gold is gold, man. That's a standard. That's a staple. And it's interesting, the 10 million in gold. And then we'll talk about where it actually is if you wanted to go visit your gold.
Absolutely. No, I initially ran that bill in 2023. We got it out of the Senate pretty clean. It went over to the House Revenue Committee. They weren't real sympathetic to it. They wanted to change shall to may. And the Treasurer's Office already may purchase precious metals, and they haven't. And so this was a little stronger push to say that they had to. And we put, a pretty de minimis amount in there just to work the bill and get everybody educated, figure out how to store it, get the plumbing in to make sense of it all. And so that failed the first in 2023. I brought the bill again in 2025. We had a little more wind at our back with more deficit spending, more debt at the national level. I mean, it just goes on, and we need to do something. We can't control the spending back in Washington, but we can do things maybe to defend ourselves in the state from the debasement of our money. And that's essentially what's going on. Their deficit spending, they have to, monetize that debt somehow. So they have to print effectively counterfeit to pay that off. It dilutes our purchasing power. And gold has always been one of the best defenses against that. If you look at the price of gold since 1971, when we officially went off the gold standard, it was $35 an ounce. And now it's, give or take $4,500 an ounce currently. So it essentially what it is, I always like to use the word, it's the lie detector. It's the BS meter on, what's going on in Washington. And inflation is a tax that we don't get a vote on. We can't do really anything about that. So what we can do about it is try to play defense, and gold is a way to protect those dollar-denominated investments that we have at the state to, spread that risk around in our portfolio.
Gold has often been the go-to hedge for a funny dollar that goes all over the place, and it is a true north, precious metal. The Wall Street Journal took note. The headline was, "Inside an old newspaper building, Wyoming is stashing 2,312 ounces of gold." Interesting story. And then in the Cowboy State Daily story, the gold actually lives somewhere. And of course it comes home to Casper, where Senator Ide is. What is the significance of the Wells Fargo, the fact that we're going to put the gold in Casper?
I think the real significance is that, the Wyoming Reserve, Scottsdale Mint, they're kind of housed in the old Casper Star Tribune building, kind of right in between Casper and Mills, sort of right in between my area and my district. And when Josh first came to town, I wasn't even in the legislature. Josh Fair, the owner of Scottsdale Mint, and I've always been a kind of a monetary policy kind of guy. And you hate to use the word gold bug, but it's really the only way to, the store of value. If you're trying to save your money, you really don't want to save it in dollars because it's losing value all of the time. So when he first got to Casper, got to know him, neat guy, great organization, took a big risk coming to Wyoming. And part of why they did is because we passed the Wyoming Legal Tender Act back in 2018 that took the taxes off of precious metals, kind of reaffirmed the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, that, really the only money in the Constitution is gold and silver. I mean, it still is. We passed the Federal Reserve in 1913, but not to go into the weeds on all of that. But yeah, looking right out my window here, I can see the vault, the Scottsdale Mint, Wyoming Reserve. They're still redeveloping that property, but they're all set up to go. Obviously, you mentioned Wells Fargo. After the state sort of gave it a lot of credibility by storing our physical metals there, everybody in the precious metals world took note of what's this vault in Casper, Wyoming that everybody's talking about. And kudos to Cowboy State Daily for really covering this story from inception. You guys covered it back in 2023 when we got it out of the Senate, and then it failed in the House. So it's pretty exciting. We could be on the cusp of a precious metals hub here in the state of Wyoming. It's just another form of economic development. And there again, to hit on the Wyoming Business Council, Scottsdale Mint, Josh Fair, they came here with no corporate welfare. They didn't ask anything from any of the taxpayers statewide or locally. That's how business should be done. Come here for the right reasons because of the right laws, the right rules, the right regulations. Yeah.
Well, Senator, I think the interest in Cowboy State Daily was self-serving. It was the hopes that you would share the combination of the gold safe. I'm sure you have it. I'm sure they gave that combination to you. Yeah, we'll have to go visit the gold one time. We'll show up. We won't be wearing a mask. It won't be any kind of gold heist. I just want to see it, that much gold in one place.
Oh, come in. They're very honoring of bringing people in. I brought a lot of legislators in there. They love to give people a tour. The state can audit that at any time they want to. It's their gold in their corner, physical bars. It's not paper gold, a derivative of gold. This is real physical precious metals in the vault.
I love it. Thank you so much. There's a lot we didn't have time to get to. We'll have to have you on again. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks a lot, Jake. Good chatting with you this morning.
You too. That's going to close us out for a Friday, and that's closing it out for me. I'm going to go on vacation. You'll enjoy Jeff tomorrow on the Saturday version of the show and for the next 2 weeks. Have a great time while I will, and I hope our listeners do as well. We're going to shut things down now for the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Friday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.